Yo, what's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to another episode of the All Pro JAFFOs, December 22nd episode, episode 238, and my 32nd birthday. So we're about to have a good ass time on this episode. We got a lot of stuff stacking up. For those of you guys who don't know, first day. I'm your host, JP.
Hey, yo.
If it comes down already having the sound technical, there we go. With me as always, the greatest DJ in the entire world, Mr. DJ Mad Sticks. And you guys already know a little bit late. You're gonna be joining the 610 Beast from the Southeast, Mr. Country K. And ladies and gentlemen, he makes his return because there's so much shit that we need to talk about. But ladies and gentlemen, our resident boxing insider and probably one of the best minds that we get to talk to about the fight world. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time! Ladies and gentlemen, from BoxingScene.com, the great Mr. Hans Themistode. What's up, Hans? How's it going?
I'm feeling great, man. How about you, brother?
Oh, doing good, man. Yeah, it's another year under the sun. Excited for the show. Excited for the conversations and everything that's going to come with today. But it's been a little while since we last had you on and talked. A lot of things have gone down, but one thing that I had seen that I kind of wanted to see what you thought about. Um, I don't know how much of this is true, but I saw that Deontay Wilder and Anthony Joshua signed a contract for not one, but two fights next year. Against each other. Did you see that? And if so, are you excited about it? And yeah. Uh-oh. You there, Hans?
Yes.
Can
He
he
there, but
hear?
I don't know if he got audio. He might not even heard the question. I don't even think he's there. Like he's there, but I don't think he's there. Nope, he ain't there.
Ah, damn it. Well, yep.
That should be
Already
some.
starting to.
Should be some good fun. Yeah, I haven't. So I didn't see anything about it, but it should be. I mean, I don't know, man. Last time I seen Wilder fight, it was all right. Then we seen him doing his little water aerobic workout. So I don't know. I don't know. Boxing, I mean, to me, like this era of boxing just ain't the same no more. Like like
I
when we
mean,
grew up watching, like
yeah, I mean it's now at a point. Hold on, I'm trying to help Maverick out here real quick.
okay,
Get
I'm like
his
in dark too.
yeah, his here's his there, is that okay. Then we got Hans here back in. There we go. Hans, you good?
Yeah, was that everybody or was that just me?
I think that was just you.
That was you, yeah.
All good, but so again, Wilder and Joshua signing a 2-fight contract deal. Um, I remember one of the first times that you would come on the show when we talked about it. We actually talked about a potential fight between these two and where we kind of thought at that point um how it would kind of go down. But at that point, I had thought, and I think this was before Anthony Joshua took that loss to Andy Ruiz when we had this conversation. So at that, and Deontay Wilder had been basically murdering every single person before, um, taking on that trilogy with Tyson Fury. from that point that we talked, are you still is that excitement for this fight still kinda there, or is it just kind of, you know, it is what it is at this point?
It is what it is, man. Like it's just robbery, to be honest with you. Like from a 1 to 10, I'm probably like at a 3 for that shit, man. Like I don't care about it at all, man. I just don't.
Well, what's the difference now between how we were? Because I mean, there seemed to be at least a little bit of excitement of the possibility of it happening when we last talked about it. What changed from then to now?
I mean, it's number one. I mean, none of these guys are the best heavyweight in the division. None of these guys are the second best heavyweight in the division. I mean, you could probably put them like 3 and 4 and whatever, but this shit ain't moving the needle. There's no titles on the line. It's not gonna have a definitive, oh, this guy's the best heavyweight in the world. This guy's a pound for pound kind of guy. This guy's even like a Hall of Famer. Like it's none of that stuff, man. And none of these guys, like Wilder hasn't fought since Fury, really, because that Hellenius fight don't really count. And Anthony Joshua is not that guy that's just gonna like go balls to the walls anymore and really try to take your head off. Like he'll try to do it in like little spurts, but nowadays he just doesn't, man. And I don't want to see 2 fights. They just trying to rob these Saudi people, man. Like I'm good. I can name 5 to 10 fights that I would be way more excited for, man. But hey, let Eddie Hearn and anybody else tell you, they'll tell you this is the biggest fight in boxing. So who the hell am I, right?
Every fight's the biggest fight in boxing when you're a promoter. You always have to talk about it like it is.
Sure.
Um, but I mean, again, when we the potential of this happened, when we talked about this about a year or so ago, this was before, and we always talk about these type of potential, and we talked about it with other fighters before. When you start kind of moving out of that window of out of their prime and stuff like that, it kind of deteriorates how badly you want to watch something. So it kind of from that point to now definitely deteriorated at least a little bit. And because when I saw it, I was like, okay, cool. I mean, that's just kind of another money, like you said, they're kind of robbing the Saudi people at this point with
And
this fight.
a lot of people are gonna see it tomorrow when they see Joshua fight and how timid he's gonna look, and he might get the knockout, but he's just gonna look timid for a little while. He's gonna look unsure of himself, and it's like, man, like this ain't really. He's not really exciting like he used to be. He still looks good. He still looks the part though, like big guy, a lot of muscles. If you look at his knuckles, they're like gigantic and whatever, but he's still gonna knock guys out, but it's just not the same, man. I'm so good off of this heavyweight fight, man. I'm good, bro.
Well, I also wanted to ask you, um, when we had a conversation about him, you had him on your pound for pound top five,
Who?
and now we're seeing some issues going on.
Wait, who?
Um,
Wait, who did I have top 5 pound for pound?
Charlo,
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
you did a little while ago. You did. I don't know
Yeah,
how much now.
yeah, not
Um,
not at all anymore.
no, no,
Yeah, not at all. Not even a little bit.
I was highly disappointed watching him fight Canelo. That was to me, I don't want to say like it's I mean, kind of a robbery of what the potential of what we were looking at there, but it was so much. Just I almost felt disgusted watching Charlo fight. It was like you have all these expectations. You have because we've talked about it. The dude's got talent. We can't, deny that. But when you fight, like he didn't look like he wanted to be there, like at all. And from again from a standpoint where you had him in your pound, where do you think the change happened? Where did you see the switch from, oh, this guy's, on my pound for pound list, to he's a complete afterthought now?
Well, yeah, I probably had him somewhere in like the 3 to 5 range. I had like a lot of respect. Well, I still have a lot of respect for him as a fighter. Like all of the stuff that he's done, it's amazing. And the fighters that he fought and beat, I still think he's a great fighter. But like you said, man, he just looked like he didn't really want to be there. He got caught with that big shot. He got dropped. That's okay, but he just fought like a guy who wasn't in the biggest fight of his life, you know.
Mm.
Um, and it's also disappointing when, like, I know like a group of reporters like asked Derek James like about it a little bit a while ago, and Derek was just like, hey, he had the worst night of his life and he made career high money. Like, was it really that bad? It really comes across as disingenuous and like missing the point, like fans, media members, we don't care about how much money you just made. Like, great for you, man. Like, we just want to see you fight like the great fighter that you are. And you don't have to go out on your shield, but just fight like the great fighter that you are, man. Like, go out there and try. Like, he didn't really try. Like, it didn't really look like he was trying hard, man. And it was just really it was just really disappointing to see, man. Extremely
Mm.
disappointing.
And it kind of, and that's what I've been kind of seeing, like a lot of these, we've been talking about like the super fights and potential super fights and everything that could be going on. A lot of these quote unquote super fights that have been happening so far, we all have the excitement of, oh man, this is going to be a hell of a fight, great fight, good build up, all that kind of stuff. But then when the fight comes around, something happens where it just kind of tarnishes what everybody's expectations were. That kind of happened a little bit with Davis and Garcia. The how that kind of, everyone was disappointed with Ryan's performance, and now with Charlo Canelo, everybody had, expectations of how good this fight was going to be. And Charlo goes in and has a disappointing performance. It's kind of like you want these big, and this is where I've asked you before when it comes to like picking and choosing and how different, and Mad Sticks had brought this up, in, just when we got a little bit disconnected there, how the want to basically fight anybody is kind of gone now. It's all about, like you said, oh yeah, you made the biggest bag that you've ever had in your career, but do you really are okay, nobody's gonna remember you for how much money you made. They're gonna remember you for how big of an ass whooping you just took that day.
Pretty
So
much.
it's kind of like the mentality of it seems a little bit different now to where it used to be like come one, come all. Now it's let's pick and choose. But when they pick and choose and you finally get the fight that you've been calling out for a long period of time, you underperform, or something happens, or you just under the brightest of the bright, and you just can't get it done. Is there, I feel like there's a bit of a too much of a problem now with a whole lot of jaw jacking and talking, but there's not a whole lot of action behind those words.
I mean, well, yeah, Spence versus Crawford, that was
Another
really,
one.
but I'll take it to my deathbed that was not the same Spence. I don't care what anybody says. Like, okay, Crawford is great, he's amazing, but he's not a million times better than Errol Spence Jr. He's just not. Like it's impossible. Like he probably would have still won the fight, but that just wasn't the same Spence.
Mm.
Ryan Garcia versus Gervonta Davis. Maybe he was weight trained a bit. He said he had a bruised rib going into the fight. It was definitely a disappointing performance. Even the Demetrius Andrade versus Benavidez fight, it was pretty disappointing, man. But sometimes it just happens, man. We've had like some really big fights that, did kind of live up to the billing, like Caleb Plant versus Benavidez was terrific. Um in the case of Spence versus Crawford, Spence took a beating, but he didn't quit. Like he really kept trying, man. He just wasn't able to do anything. And the same thing goes for Inouye versus Fulton. Fulton was losing like pretty much every round, but he wasn't quitting, man. He was there, he was trying, like you saw him thinking and trying to figure out how the hell do I get through to this guy? You know? But yeah, it's disappointing, man. I don't know why some of these super fights are just looking like crap, man. Even like Regis Prograis versus Devin Haney. I wouldn't call it a super fight, but it was definitely a big fight. And
Yeah.
a lot of people were taking Haney, but some people just expected Regis to like just fight better. It's I don't know, man. It's weird. I don't know what the hell. It's really weird.
And what makes it, and here's what it kind of upsets me in the worst way, because when, and we before we were talking about like with Joshua and Wilder, saying that they're not even the two best heavyweights. I mean, we all know who the best heavyweight in the world is right now, and that's Francis Ngannou. So that's
Good
we
point.
can. I'm sorry, he beat Fury.
He sure did. I'll tell you that.
Hey, like anybody can, you call it what you want to, but they saved that man from being embarrassed. Even though there was a lot of embarrassment that happened. Um, so when
For sure.
when stuff like this happens, when you underperform in super fights, it leaves room for these influencer fights to keep growing. And it annoys the hell out of me because I feel like it's kind of, yes,
I
it's
don't think
bringing attention to the sport of boxing, but it's like, and I wanted to ask you, you think that Jake Paul fight was rigged? I think it was. I think he took a dive.
Nah, I don't think he took a dive. It was a pretty good shot. So I don't think he took a dive. And I don't really think if super fights were like actual super fights and you know, um fighters fought well on it, like the influencer boxing thing, like it has like its own lane. So I don't think people should really be mad at it. They have their own lane, man. Like other than Jake, those guys don't really try to fight like other boxers. If I'm not mistaken, I don't pay too much attention to it. Sometimes I kind of have to, but they just kind of fight other YouTubers and other guys like in their realm and whatever. So I'm just like, all right, if that's how you want to do it, then cool. I'm not a fan of it at all. I wish it would stop, but I really, really, really wish it would stop. but they got their own lane, man. So I don't think one goes hand in hand with the other. I believe. I don't think so.
Do you do you think, and I honestly can't believe I'm asking this question,
No.
but oh, okay. Just that's fine. I won't even ask it. Good. We're
Are
good.
you? I thought I felt like you was gonna ask me if Jake Paul could become a world champion. So
Oh, no, no, no. I wasn't gonna say become a world champion. I was gonna ask, do you think it, and here's why I think so. He's not gonna win the world championship, good, but he's gonna talk his way into one,
oh
is
yeah,
what I
yeah.
think he's gonna find somehow, with the viewership and all the promoters and they're going to see the big dollar signs and stuff for it. And he's going to weasel his way into a world title shot with somebody, and he's going to get destroyed.
Well, I do think he can. I don't want to say weasel, cause man, people talk shit about Jake. Jake be putting in the work, man. Jake is really not bad, man. He's really not bad. He's kind of growing on me. He can fight, man. Jake can fight.
You're trolling when you said he was in the pound for pound list.
I mean, hey, you call it a
You were
troll.
trolling so hard.
Call it the troll. I call it the truth, man.
Oh,
Nah,
Hans, tell me it isn't so.
of course not. But cruiserweight division is really thin, man. Really thin. So Jake might be able to pick up a world title, man. I can see him fighting for a vacant belt. You know, he's not gonna fight like how to pronounce the guy's name, but Ajay Opataya. That dude would go to jail for what he does to Jake. there's no that brother, that brother can fight his ass off, man. So yeah, not him, but I can see Jake fight, like a number 10 guy for like a vacant belt and end up winning. I can see that happening one day.
Oh God. And to be completely honest, it's not that I can't see it. I just don't want to see it. I just don't, because I see how Logan is with a fake fighting title. I don't want to see how. Oh, I don't even want to. I'm not even going to put it out in the world. I'm not even going to put it out in the world, because the amount of shit that will be talked and be said, regardless of what happens afterwards. He can literally just vacate it right after he fights and just, basically say, "Oh, I told you I was going to be world champion," and then that's it. Move on to the next thing. But I think this last fight that he had, I do think he took a dive, because I mean, I saw it just like millions of other people saw it. And the dozens of people that were in that, high school gym that they were fighting in. You know, Jake Paul's come a long way, in his promotional skills and his ability, because to be honest, nobody gave a shit about this fight. But we all saw the film, or at least I saw the film, as dude took a shot, hit him with a pretty good right, and instead of capitalizing on it, because you saw Jake react in a way of, "Oh, he caught me." But then he stopped. Just completely stopped. Didn't keep going, didn't move he just, that to me is taking a dive. That's signs of, all right, yeah, no, something's going on behind the scenes here, that it's literally a publicity stunt what's happening right here. Because there's no way, shape, or form an actual good fighter would after having a good shot like that, just backing off of him. Like, that didn't make any sense to me. That's how I thought my mindset went straight to, he took a dive. And I wasn't alone in that assumption. I saw a lot of other amateur fighters, regular fighters, former referees. I've seen reaction videos and stuff. So, I mean, I don't know how legitimate those are, but it tends to be the same type of reaction every time people see the video. You there? Is he there?
I don't know, but I'm here.
But
He's there. He's there, but he ain't there. Yeah, I wanted to ask him, like, where did he see like the difference between, like, boxing when we was growing up? It was like exciting to watch. It's like now I'm not finna pay money to go see a fight. You know what I mean? Like before, it was like, oh, you had to see this fight, you had to see a Tyson fight. This shit is just not exciting no more like it used to be. Especially talking about like Jake Paul. I'm just like, man, like I just can't see him being for real. I don't know what it is about him. He just, I don't know. And like the people he beat, I'm just like, man, I be beating some of these people. Like, but I mean, it's been done. Like, I ain't, but
Sorry, my audio had got, but I
There we
heard
go.
what you guys said and whatever. But that's really for you guys to be like, if you like took a dive or whatever. Because to me, it's not really, it's not even not really. It isn't like it isn't ethical to me to be like, oh yeah, this guy took a dive, and I'm like
Hmm.
covering fighters and whatever. I'm just like, oh yeah, that was fake. Oh yeah, he didn't really get hit, blah blah blah, whatever. I think it was real.
Hmm.
I just think Jake is putting in the work and whatever, so I don't think it was a dive or anything like that. I think it's just hard for people to believe because a lot of people just don't like this dude. And
That's fair. I'd be lying if I said that wasn't a part of it. You know,
yeah,
that didn't have a part in it. But here's my thing with him. I Do I like him as a fighter? No. Do I like him as a person? No. But here's my thing. If he actually, so this is his first quote unquote legitimate boxer, I guess if you want to call Tommy Fury a boxer, boxer is what put him in there as boxer as well. But he lost to Tommy Fury,
but
and then he
but
fought
but does it not
a
count? Like you
no.
that's
I get what I'm saying is when he starts. I don't like the using the fights against the retired MMA fighters and all this other kind of stuff as hype of him I want to see him take on more boxers. Now, if he goes and does this to other legitimate fighters, like keeps climbing the ranks and I might be just on the same train as you are. I mean, I respect him as a person, but when I watch him as a fighter, I could respect the growth,
I
at
can
least
tell
at
you
that point.
I can tell you why you're wrong or like other people are wrong and whatever. Like, like like I've covered some of the smallest shows you can think of. Like, the guys eventually like blow up and whatever. But like I've covered some of the smallest club local shows, man. And some of these guys for like their debuts and like their second, third, fourth, fifth fight, the guys they are fighting are so bad, man. It's like, yo, like I like sometimes I'll sit there and I'm just like, yo, if I made my debut tonight, I could really win this fight. Like I could really beat this guy that he's fighting. Like it's so bad. Like guys are like they aren't training, guys are like they aren't trying at all. So what I'm saying is like to fight and beat a guy like Tyron Woodley, that's not really like an impressive thing. But Tyron Woodley would beat a lot of debut boxers. He wouldn't be a world champion at all, or anything even close to that contender. He wouldn't be like a legitimate prospect either. But he
Hmm.
would beat a lot of guys that are just making like their debut because he knows how to fight. So that's why I'm just like Jake has been taking like these gimmicky fights and whatever, like not counting like Nate Robinson and crap like that. But like some of these fighters, like some of these guys are like way better than the 0-17 guy that some of these guys are fighting,
Hmm. Hmm. Well, hey, it could grow on me, and he can maybe it could turn into something. We'll see. But right now it just I don't know. Maybe it's because I haven't seen enough. It just to me what I've seen hasn't been impressive enough, or it just hasn't been enough for me to fully kind of get on board with what it is that we're seeing. But what is it that you're seeing that nobody else is?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. What is it that I'm seeing about Jake Paul?
Yeah.
Um, I mean, he works hard. It seems like he works hard, man. I'm not with the guy in camp or anything like that, man.
No.
But he definitely seems like he like he works hard, man. He's not like half-assing it. Um, I'm not saying he has like great skills. I'm not saying that at all. But his skills are decent for a guy that is this the right way? He's decent. Like his skills are decent for a guy that's just starting, man. Like he literally just started fighting like a couple years ago, 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah.
So his skills really aren't as bad as like a lot of people try to make it seem. He's a decent fighter, man. He isn't somebody that like I like enjoy covering or anything like that, but he's a decent guy. He's a decent fighter, and I just think he'll never get like I guess maybe like that
I was like, the what?
get like his just due, quote
Mm.
unquote, because he'll never be looked at as a fighter, man. And he's not bad. Put it like that. He's not bad, man.
That's the thing.
Just
It's probably going to have to take uh you know a showing against somebody that people can actually or have a little bit more respect for, in a sense of if he did put a respectable fighter or something like that to sleep or beat somebody and stuff like that, and people just sit back and go, oh, okay, that'll be. I mean, it's gonna take something like that. They haven't gotten to that point that just yet, in my opinion.
yeah, and they probably won't. So, but hey,
Pro-
shit happens.
Probably won't. But so before we let you go, fights that are coming up, are what are some that you're looking forward to, and maybe some undercover fights coming up that people don't necessarily know about that they should keep their eyes on?
I mean the 2024 schedule isn't it's not great at all because like it's not really like a lot of fights that's being named. It's not like heading into 2023 when you kind of knew from like November that Tank was gonna fight in January against Hector Garcia and whatever. So it's a little bit of a different feel. But
Hmm.
hopefully everything goes well with um like David Morrell fighting against possibly like a David Benavidez. That's a fight that I don't necessarily want to see. I don't really believe that. I'm not saying that David Morrell's a hype job, but because he's an amazing fighter. So I'm definitely not saying he's a hype job, but it just gets a little bit frustrating when a guy has 10 fights, and it's one thing to like call for certain fights, but it's another thing when you're just like kind of disrespecting other guys and saying like, "Oh, David Benavidez is scared of me. Canelo's scared of me." Like what? Like you haven't even fought anybody, man. Like talking about? Like please, like go fight Jesse Hart or something, man. Like stop that. But no, hopefully them two will get it on. I think the John Ryder versus Munguia fight will be pretty. I think it'll be pretty good. I expect Munguia to pick up that win. Um, yeah, that's. I mean, you got those Shaqy Foster first versus Abraham Nova, which is not a great fight. Um, it's just not. It's a main event in New York. Like for what? I don't know how. But no, I'm looking forward to the Teofimo Lopez versus Jermaine Ortiz fight. Supposed to be talking to Jermaine in the next few days. For I think this weekend. So that should be like a pretty good fight. Jermaine actually beat Tio in the amateurs, so they definitely have like a lot of history there. So that should be pretty good. And yeah, man, just hopefully we get these big fights, man. Like, Tank versus Devin or Tank versus Shakur and Frank Martin get in the mix. And
You think
just,
Benavidez Canelo can happen this coming year?
oh, it's 100% gonna happen in September of 2024. I guarantee it. It's gonna happen, man.
Perfect.
Who's gonna win that fight? my gosh, man, brother, that is, whoo, boy.
I'm not gonna lie. Look, I love Canelo, but part of me thinks Benavidez might come out with the win.
Yeah, Benavidez is that's a
He's
different
riding a lot of momentum, and he is a problem.
major problem. Major problem.
Like, bro, like, because I think of it this way. I think Benavidez will give Canelo more of a problem than Bivol did.
Yeah, Benavidez.
So that's where I'm thinking about it going, damn, Benavidez, this is just a matchup nightmare for Canelo, I think. And it's,
It actually
man.
is. It actually is like a matchup nightmare for Canelo. But I don't know, man. For some reason, I think Canelo gets it. I don't know. That's such a tough fight, man.
By
Benavidez.
decision? It would have to be by decision, right? No way it could be by knockout.
Canelo. I don't know, man. That's Canelo. I
I
think
know
Canelo.
Canelo can put people down, but Benavidez, he's got a chin and everything on him too. He can take some shots. Like
He,
I to be
he has a really good. He has a really good defense too. People don't really give him enough credit for his defensive work because oftentimes he's not like slipping and rolling with shots. He'll do it, obviously, but a lot of his defense is the high guard, and it's like, yeah, he's getting hit, but a lot of those shots are just bouncing off his gloves, man. And it's his high guard is very, very similar. Maybe not very, very similar, but it's pretty similar to Winky Wright's high guard. I don't know if guys remember Winky Wright's high guard.
Winky right. Oh yeah. Winky right.
Yeah,
For
if guys got a
yeah.
chance to like go on YouTube and like just watch it. Just look at his high guard. Like he was a master at that shit. So yeah.
Well, I mean, Hans, again, man, every time we have you on, get to be able to talk about the fight game and everything. It's always nice to have that, little banter back and forth. Somebody telling me why I'm wrong. I love it because I think about it going, oh, okay, I could be wrong. Yeah, but we'll see. We'll see in the long run where it goes. We always have those good, healthy discussions back and forth. And on this day, especially, I really do appreciate you coming on, giving some of your time to be able to talk the fight game, my friend. And you always know, man, doors always open.
Absolutely. I appreciate you, brother. And happy birthday once again, man. Do your
Oh yeah,
thing.
man. I appreciate you. Ladies and gentlemen, from BoxingScene.com, our boxing insider, Hans Themiso.
Take care.
And then before we head on to the next topic, ladies and gentlemen, a word from our friends over at Raise Energy.
What's up, Jaffo Army? JP here, the All-Pro Jaffos, bringing you a message from our proud partners over at Raise Energy. Raise Energy takes a giant leap of faith with instilling a high-quality formula to bring the consumer a powerful yet sustained energetic experience to help us put your workouts and focus in general to the very next level. Perfect for anyone at any time. Raise Energy has become the most popular, the best rated energy drink on the market to date, with a phenomenal flavor profile that puts most of the competitors just downright to shame. Powered by the enhanced Refresh technology, Raise Energy delivers with a performance-enhancing energy drink profile that aids in the most often overlooked categories, which include targeted focus, enhanced recovery time, as glycogen becomes depleted, improve clean energy levels, boost in stamina and in hydration. Most importantly, each can of Raise has absolutely 0 calories, 0 sugar, 0 carbohydrates to give you a smarter and healthier option. You should not have to drink or settle for any other energy drink that contains more sugar and carbohydrates than you can count. Instead, opt for the smart choice with the #1 fan-voted energy drink on the planet with Raise Energy Drink. Use the promo code ALPHARAISE at checkout to get 15% off of your order. Demand more. Join the Raise Rebellion. Let them know the JAFFOs sent you.
Hell yeah, ladies and gentlemen, go to repsports.com, reppsports.com. Use the promo code ALPHARAISE for 15% off your order. You know them. You've seen them every single Wednesday talking about A7FL West over there in Nevada, just lighting the podcast world on fire there. Ladies and gentlemen, from the other side of the ball, Mr. Chris Vera and our friend, Dub Alvarez. What's up, fellas?
What's going on, fellas?
Well, man, glad to have you
Well,
guys on the show. Appreciate it, and once again, appreciate you guys for having me on the show this last time. And I got to get
well,
right into you guys because this fall brawl went from something that people, especially on the East Coast, uh, thought of as a joke to something that is actually taking 100% seriously and thought of as a necessity going into the regular season. How have you guys been looking at the fall brawl, and what is it kind of telling you for what's coming up this next season?
Dub, you want to go first? Or are you frozen? It looks like he's frozen, doesn't it?
He always has those technical difficulties sometimes when he comes to the show.
I'll go first with that then. In my eyes and in my world, I think Fall Brawl is something that brings teams together and gives them an opportunity to do more than what they've done in the past. And it also gives teams an opportunity to come together and gel for, the upcoming regular season for the national stage. So for me, Fall Brawl is, I wouldn't say it's essential, but it's becoming essential.
And Deb?
well, before I speak my piece, first off, from one December birthday to another December birthday,
Oh yeah,
feliz
man! Happy
cumpleaños, mi
birthday!
amigo.
Appreciate that one. Appreciate
I
that. And
remember,
everybody
and
else in the comments and stuff
Chris
too.
remembers. Chris remembers, and I remember what it's like to be 32. So enjoy your Ricky Waters 32nd birthday. Had to, give a 49 or 32 reference, but I think for what the fall brawl is, to kind of piggyback what Chris said. Yeah, right. To piggyback what Chris said, I think fall brawl is really the stepping stone and almost kind of like your mini camp, your OTAs, your training camp, your preseason, if you will, to the national season. And it's more emphasis on us because we're the only ones doing it. Not to mention the national championship crown that everybody has. It's now residing here in Nevada with the Insomniacs. And now everybody's trying to prepare to try and take that title away from the Insomniacs. And it's like, okay, the whole A7FL world is now watching because, okay, well, they said, oh, you sent your best out 2 years ago with the Force. Then here comes the Insomniacs. Not only do they run the table, I'm getting not only do the Insomniacs run the table, but now they've set a new standard for a perfect season in the 9-year history of the league. And of course, knowing the Insomniacs as we know them, they want more. They're not stopping at just not one. They want more, and it's showing.
And again, it's been really exciting in this fall brawl, and I've talked about this with Derek, going what the fall brawl is kind of doing, and like you guys have said, it's bringing in a little bit more of people to kind of mesh together, that OTA preseason feeling, to kind of be able to get everybody's cadences and that get that chemistry together. And that's where I felt like the necessity was at. And it may not be looked at as a complete necessity, but I think so. And I think the fall brawl has actually been essential in the growth of the A7FL in Nevada, because it not that long ago, A7FL Nevada became a thing. Nobody thought that y'all would be contending for titles, let alone winning championships against teams in the East. And now year 2 holding up national championships. That fall brawl is that essential piece in that whole thing, because what it did was it brought that conference or that side of the league to be able to come together quicker to be able to compete with the ones on the East. And I even told Big Rob this before too. If the East is not careful and they get too comfortable, they are going to find themselves in a position, especially when the A7FL goes to certain sides of the country, to where football is heavily looked on and a way of life in some senses to a lot of other people.
Well,
So
I think that when you look at that and I think you're onto something, but for me, we were told, I was told ad nauseum by a lot of East Coast players that Vegas would never win a championship and that we would be lucky to be in the playoffs in year 2. And after year 1, all of them said the same thing. Well, we already seen your best. And it pretty much made me chuckle because I was thinking in the back of my mind, you haven't seen, not even, you saw our what I would consider our C team, and it's not really C team. It was a bunch of guys that got together kind of late in the season, and they really didn't play their best until towards the end of that season. And so they were doing a lot of this stuff for the first time. So what we saw from them was A players playing at a B level at the end because they're still getting used to the game. Now all these guys have gotten used to the game. All these guys understand how to play this game because A7 is different, obviously, than a lot of what they've played in the past. So what we saw was an uptick in a lot of what people wanted to do. And they heard a lot of what East Coast was talking about. And it became a mantra, it's Vegas versus everyone. And within that mantra, they decided that, hey, you know what? You guys haven't seen our best. And we're going to start to show you our best. And the interesting part is, and Dub can attest to this, we're still seeing really good players coming out of the woodwork. We haven't even we've scratched the surface now, but we're starting to see more and more players come up, more and more players come out. And, Sunday was an incredible day because, as we started to look at some of these return guys for the 3-on-1s, all of a sudden you started seeing guys come out the woodwork that you're like, whoa, where did he come from? Where did this guy come from? And so we're starting to see these players come out, and we're starting to see these players really work what they're doing. And I'm just saying now, I still think there are players here in Vegas that are not part of the A7 yet that we're probably going to wind up seeing in the very near future.
And I have no doubt about it. It's been exciting to put, and that's how I know it's kind of growing. I mentioned it on your guys' show on Wednesday that I know there's a little bit of speculate that people don't know about it up here, but people know about it up here in Northern California. And people are actually kind of waiting for it to come out in here. So much so, DJ Madsticks is coming out of retirement. He says whenever it comes here, it doesn't matter how old he is, he's coming out to play, a year or 2
Really?
in the A7. So he's waiting for it to come out here. I know Kay has had plenty of conversations with guys in the semi-pro levels and everything of playing A7FL, so people know about it. So for what the Insomniacs did coming in and winning the championship and kind of showing that kind of like in the West Coast that if you do it the right way, you compete, you do fall brawl, get everything together, get your chemistry right, you can get something done. And now it's at a point, the growth rate is going to be extension. I'm thinking after this year as well, it's going to be there. You're going to see a boom in divisions across the country. But now I think the East, especially the guys in New Jersey, and guys can talk, oh, we're not worried, we're not you can say everything you want to. And we've talked with Huff. You know, he's on all levels that he is going to have the best year that he's ever had this year. And that's saying something considering his credentials in this league.
It
So
is.
the East now has been kind of put on notice to the point where now you guys are going to see the best coming out of the East. And now Vegas and everything has to kind of ask themselves, are we now ready for, everything that's going to come
Well,
now
look,
here on forward?
my question mark to that. Okay, I get it. And does this mean that they're talking more of an all-star team? Because that's what they said the Insomniacs were. They're not an all-star team. They're
Hmm.
not. These are guys that have played football together for a very long time. Hell, most of them don't
3
even
years.
practice. So these are guys that come out, they know their roles,
And
they know what they're supposed to be doing.
Their coaches
They
on the field.
don't argue. They're all, there's a bunch of coaches out there that play on the Insomniacs. So it wasn't an all-star team like these guys are talking about. I've heard the kind of the rumor mill back east, that they're going to be looking at, fielding an all-star team. Cool. The fact of the matter is, we were there. Well, I was there. Dub wasn't. I was there when we watched the the Nightcrawlers against the Watchmen, and one hell of a game. I mean, it was one hell of a game.
Yeah.
But at that point, and nobody can argue this because it went through the playoffs. The Watchmen were the best the East had to offer at that time, and they lost to the Nightcrawlers. The Nightcrawlers came out here and lost to us. So we know any given Sunday, that's a given, and it's not a knock against the East Coast. I think the East Coast is going to be hungry again, and I think this is what it took to shake them up a little bit to make them hungry, not just for each other, but for others outside of their own division. So the question mark really becomes, okay, as they grow, do you really think Vegas is just sitting still and not growing too?
Oh, no, not at all.
So, is it that much of a possibility to play catch up? That's a question mark.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now as we all, when the Nightcrawlers and the Insomniacs took on each other at Bullhead City, Arizona. After that day, every single one of us had the same, thing of this was the best game we had ever seen. We should be putting up until this point because I think now we're about to see, especially playoff wise, national championship wise, and all of we might see, especially this year going into its 10th year in the A7FL. We're probably geared to see the best football that we've seen in the A7FL today. And I think Vegas, the way y'all are set up is kind of interesting, to be complete, because now the Insomniacs are still good. They've lost a few players, but they're still really good. The Alliance has turned into something that I'm not exactly sure what I'm seeing just yet. The Alienators are like cool jerseys, but you need to show me more. And now I'm looking at oh good with Trey,
Outlaws.
the Outlaws. And I'm looking at them going, okay, this is a team that if the fall brawl is a good thing, that when they come into this coming year, that the Outlaws might be another team that can compete with, because again, when you got somebody like Trey Robinson who's played East and West Coast, who has seen both sides of the spectrum when it comes to the A7FL, there's always room for growth, exponential growth on a team that's kind of stacked like that. And then you got somebody like Savion Cunningham, who I can watch him return all day long. I can watch the 3-on-1 with him. There are a handful of guys that I can him, Lavish, and goodness gracious, I've been having a whole lot of stuff. I'm blanking.
Danye.
No,
It's like
from
what?
the East.
It's like who else can you name?
Yeah,
Just
it really
from
is.
the East too, from the BIC. Oh my goodness gracious, the fact that I am blanking right now is an absolute fucking travesty. Hollywood.
Are you talking about Ashanti Worthy?
Yes, sir.
That's that
Mr.
age
Ashanti
in
Worthy.
you.
That's
Ashanti
who we're
Worthy.
talking about. God damn, this stuff is
Hey, listen,
all day. My goodness gracious.
it's that age that's hitting you, man.
That's
You
that
guys are
age.
young. You guys are young.
Nah,
I'm the old man of the group, and my memory's still pretty good.
how old are you?
I'm 52.
Okay, I'm 47. I'll be 48 in October, so just turned 47. Okay.
And Master, he's the one who's coming out of retirement. He's the one who's going to be like, "Yep, we're as soon as the A7 gets here."
Well,
what were you going to play?
I mean, if
Master?
Satchel Paige,
Hey, shit, wherever they want to put me.
what?
I'd go play receiver if I got to.
No, but
wherever.
but here's one thing that people are forgetting. Now, Chris and I on our broadcast, we always talk about depth. And week 2, when the Insomniacs played the Alienators, their depth show, because the Insomniacs, for lack of a better term, you can say they play with basically their number 2s, and they still put up
all the way across the
47
board
against the Alienators and beat them 47-6. Now we're talking about there's no Scooter, there's no Chris Mouth Williams, there's no, I don't think Kenny Mack played on that game also.
Nope.
So you're talking about some big key players, but yet, here comes Zach Luciano throwing dimes to Stone Stevenson down the field. And of course, RTC, sick as a dog, puts up a hat trick and touchdowns. Not to mention, Tay's free. He's looking for contact. And all of a sudden, here comes this new kid, Juice, Richard Washington, in the backfield running the ball.
Juice had some juice.
I mean, there's so much depth on this team.
Oh, there he goes again, frozen still. But he's right. The depth on the Insomniacs is ridiculous. They were missing, I believe it was 8 players. 8 of their normal players were missing from that game, and they still move the ball like we're used to seeing them move the ball. You're also talking about, I don't think, no, Davik was there. I take that back. He was there. Danye was not. Danye was actually in street clothes. So you had a lot of their key players that were not in that game, and they were still able to dominate. So you've kind of got to be careful with, the poison that you choose with them, because they can throw it on you, they can run it on you. And, look, I played the game. I played the game for a damn long time. And these guys don't come out here without a little bit of, a little bit, how guys are. We all have that ego. We all play with that ego. And, when I look at what they do back east, I'm not going to slight them. They've got some really good teams back there. It took Vegas to come out and win the chip in last year. Last year for us, in the spring, to really put up and say, hey, we're planting our flag here. You don't like it, come take it. And that was something that we had to do, because it was basically big brother beating on little brother to say, you guys aren't good enough to play with us. And then we came out and said, well, hold on. You played little brother. Let us go get big brother. And when big brother comes out, we'll see what you guys are talking about. And I think that that's kind of what wound up happening as an overall for the league last year, with the Insomniacs picking it up to where they were. And I see them getting better. They've got some other irons in the fire and some stuff that they're looking to pull out. I think that they are tuning up for the spring, and I don't see them going down easy when it comes to giving up that ship for next year. I really don't.
So it's been 3 weeks so far. There's a break. 4 weeks left. What are you guys anticipating on seeing, and what are you guys most excited about seeing coming up?
Dub, you want to answer that one first, or you want me to? Looks like he's frozen again.
Yeah, third meeting
love
between
love the way
Sick
he's
and the
frozen though.
Insomniacs for sure. Um,
They-
just seeing those two go back and forth is just it's always good for TV. So I mean, you come back. I mean, I wish it was in the 7 o'clock slot, but being in the 4 p.m. slot is not bad. But just seeing Sick and the Insomniacs basically pick up, you could say it's round 9 since they've already gone 8 quarters. So we can say it's round 9. Ding ding. Let's get it on.
And I think that they're both excited about that game. I think that Insomniacs are ready for that game, and I really think Sick is ready for that game. But to answer your question, though, I think overall, what I'm most excited about is realistically some of these other teams. And not that I'm not excited about Sick and the Insomniacs. I'm really excited about them. But the reason why I'm excited about some of these other teams is, like you said, what we've seen out of them so far and some of the talent that they have behind them. So what are we going to see? Well, question mark with Alliances, we've got our legacy teams that are going to be back. And realistically, I think you're going to see a lot of the players from Alliance move over and join the force. And that's going to make them stronger. That's going to make them a better team. So you're going to see the force, I think, step up next year. I think that you'll see some guys from the Outlaws mix and match into other teams, and you'll probably see other teams become stronger as well. So I think that the Vegas division overall is getting a lot of this talent, and we're taking it to other teams. And I think you'll start to see other teams gain ground. I'm not saying they're going to catch the two top teams in what I would say is the Insomniacs and Sick, but I think that they're going, if that's tier one, tier two is going to be pretty damn awesome. I think tier two is going to be very, very competitive going into next season for sure.
Yeah, I'm looking into it, going, man. I do you think at any point the East will start to do something like this?
Well, with playing in the fall,
Mhm.
I think it's difficult for them because they've got, everybody's playing outdoors. So it's going to be difficult for them weather wise to play outdoor. Some of them will, if that's the case, some of them might be playing in a foot of snow. So, you kind of have to look at it that way. I think what we might see from the East, I don't know that if they do, maybe they start their fall a little bit early, if anything. Maybe instead of doing it like we are, maybe their fall brawl would start in, realistically closer to the end of August
Yeah.
and do August, September. So that way they can still get games in and really not have to worry about it. I don't know. But I mean, it gives a lot of these guys an opportunity to bring in new players, get them acclimated to playing the game before they go into playing in national.
Yeah, no, 'cause I'm thinking at this point, and this is where I say, like, the East, and when I'm talking to Big Rob on this, telling them that you don't want to start playing catch up. You don't want that's like, you didn't want to get, if you were the East, you didn't want to get too complacent to the point where you're not trying to improve what you've already built on. You can't just say, "Oh, what we do is unstoppable, and we're not going to make any tweaks," because as if nobody's going to make adjustments to your game. You need to be able to keep evolving, keep getting better, and keep moving. You don't want to be the ones to fall behind. And now, and yes, Matthew Ryan, we are talking the East right now. We don't. That's what I told him. We don't want to get them too far behind to the point where you start losing championships, and lo and behold, that's what happened. And nobody from if you don't think the East isn't working. Oh, no. I'm not at all saying that the East is not working at all. And we did make it a point that, especially with the Insomniacs winning, that lit up some sort of fire under the East now, because now they had to eat their words from saying that the West was never going to win it to, all right, well, now we got to step up and kind of reclaim that crown.
I don't want to say that their pride was hurt or their ego was shot per se, but I think for them it was definitely humbling. Like for the first time in the history of the league, that there was no representation from the Northeast in the championship, and I think in a sense that made them mad. It pissed them off, and now it's like they're
It's good.
foaming at the mouth to get back to where they feel like they should be, which obviously makes it better for the league because now it's okay. Now the story coming into the National when the season starts on March the 24th of 2024 is, can the East redeem themselves per se? And we know that they're putting teams together. We know BIC is going to reload. We know the U's going to reload. Of course, everybody is waiting for where is Huff going to play in 24. And I think once that domino drops, I think everything else might go into effect for these. But if you're thinking that the East is not going to come back stronger and try to reclaim it, you're sadly mistaken because, again, like I said, this league for a long time was built on their shoulders. We understand that. We get that. We respect the history. But now the Inside Mix is trying to show that last year's not a fluke. And we know heavy is the head that wears the crown. And one of the hardest things to do in sports is to repeat. I mean, heck, it's still been almost 20 years since the NFL has a repeat Super Bowl champion. There's a reason why for that. It's tough to do. It's tough to keep teams together. It's tough to keep building on what you've already accomplished. And we know that the East is going to come back with a huge plan. But the Insomniacs motto, one of them is, fuck them, we don't care. And that's how they really feel. They don't care who you bring. They feel like we are better than you, and it doesn't matter to them, which makes for great drama.
Matt makes
for making sports talk. It really does.
Matt did make a good point. I mean, the East, he brought up the East had the toughest playoff bracket, and you really look at it because
he's not wrong. He's right. He's right.
Because if I'm not mistaken, it especially early off in the season, what happened was the result of what happened in the championship was not on anybody's mind in the beginning of the season.
No.
Not at all.
And if you there were hopes, but nobody realistically thought that. All right, do I think we're good enough to be? I mean, Derek, came on and he said it himself. I'll be the first one to tell you, I didn't think we were ready for the East yet, or the Northeast yet. And then, as the year kind of goes on, you build that confidence. Things start to happen, and then, oh, there we go. Now you put, a nice little body blow to the Northeast. All right, now we're about to have. And the fact that we have, you guys and then Matt Ryan and Big Rob making the calls and stuff like that for these games, it's going to be ridiculous of what we're going to see coming soon. But how far do you think we are from not just playing Northeast and the East versus the West in the playoffs, but like interconference style play during the regular season?
I think we need it. I think that teams need to be able to see.
I'm just wondering how far off it is.
I don't think it's that far off.
I agree with Chris. It's not that far
off. I don't think it's that far off. I think that
it possibly could be in a year or two. I really do.
Yeah. Because I mean, look, let's be realistic. All right. Teams have to gauge themselves against better conferences and divisions. You have to understand where you are. No knock against Cincinnati. They put a really good team together, and they really thought that they were going to be able to go places and do things, and they were in their division. But how it's unfair to a division like that to constantly kind of gauge yourself against basically your own division without understanding and playing into other divisions to really get a gauge of where you stand. Because I mean, we didn't know what to expect going up to Cincinnati. I know that the Insomniacs were like, "Hey, we're just ready for whatever," because they just wanted to play. Did anybody expect a blowout? No, I didn't.
The Insomniacs did.
Yeah, well, that's a whole nother story. But
Yeah.
I didn't expect a blowout. I expected a win, but I mean, so did Cincinnati. They expected a win. They thought that they were going to, they were booked to Vegas, if you will. And when they opened it up, and Skylar and I've had that conversation, and we've had other conversations. And like I said, it's not a knock. They're reloading, but every team, if you want to continue, like Dub said, how long's it been since we've had a repeat winner in the NBA, not NBA, sorry, in the NFL? And how long's it been since we've seen, college teams even repeat? We know Alabama did it, but look what happened to them since. Other teams move up and start to come and chase you down. So, you have to keep moving and shaking and doing other things to get yourself into a position to continue to win. And I think that that's what we're seeing in the teams in Vegas with the fall brawl. They're not just putting things together. They're not just saying, "Hey, let's grab these guys." They are literally out there honing their craft, saying, "Hey, come spring and come the Nationals, we're going to be ready."
Yeah, it can only bring better competition with everything. That interleague play, I've always thought it was necessary. There's always been kind of a conversation about it. It wasn't so much as like if it needed to happen, it's when are we going to have it happen? Because again, it you kind of got to measure yourself more than just your own division.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
and
again,
it's only going to make
it's
everything in the league better and more
the league
competitive,
is
more highlights, just everything
it's gonna
about it is
evolve.
going to be good.
It's gonna evolve. It's gonna get better, and it could lead to bigger and better things for the league. I mean, look at they're celebrating their
Developing new
10th.
rivalries that way and
Yeah,
stuff like that too.
they're celebrating their 10th anniversary in March. So here it is, 10th anniversary. West Coast has the championship. Year two, you'll see interconferences going together, playing against each other as a measuring stick to see, okay, who's the better conference? Where does the better conference lie? Which conference is stronger? Which region is stronger? And of course, the more eyes that watch, which will lead to more expansion. Now, next year, Indianapolis, the High Octane, they've now thrown their name into the Ace NFL Cap. Of course, I know you and Kay have been trying to promote Northern California, the Bay Area. So have I for many years. I mean, there's other places in the desert like Arizona, like Utah, the neighboring states to us. Who knows? The Northwest might come calling. So I mean, the more stuff like this happens, the more eyes get on the league, the more expansion, and it could just lead to bigger and better things.
Yeah, no,
I would agree with that.
yeah, that's where the excitement for everything comes in, and that's where I try to tell everybody, especially the day of that championship, that day really set in motion for this league things that I don't think anyone in their wildest dreams um
Matt
drop
wants
a
to come
link. I
on.
want Mr. Okay. I
Matt
see
wants to come
Mr.
on.
Matt right there.
I think
Yeah,
he's going to
hold
try to
on.
come in and defend the East.
We need to get, yeah, if he's got to do it. I got to let him do it too. Hang on.
Hang on,
Let me
Matt.
get Matt. Let me get him in here. I got you, Matt. I'm sending you one right now, brother. The great Matt. I love that man so much. He's so funny to me.
Man, I should have.
He's a hell of an announcer too. I love listening to him call games.
Well,
Get him on here.
I call him the JR of the league.
Yes.
because
And
he
I'm
can
seeing
go.
you guys
Because
have your little names underneath your names. I should have put mine. I should have put my nickname that I
I
earned
think you
last
still
Sunday.
can.
I should put
Still
my,
can.
yeah, I might go do that, but I'm looking at it because I earned my nickname last weekend.
so here's how this happened. So we're doing the game, and I want to say it's the second game between the Outlaws and the Alienators.
It
And I
was.
forgot who I don't know if it was Denzel, because he was even dropping stuff in our show on Wednesday night talking about too many light skins in the room. But
Yeah.
anyway, so for those of us that were born and raised in the 80s, ABC had the whole Schoolhouse Rock thing with Conjunction Junction and all that noise. So someone just comes up and starts saying Chris the Schoolhouse Rock. And then Scotty, of course, being the Viking, will not let it go.
I was egging him on.
So as we're resetting, coming back on, so I'm saying, you know, Double A with the Viking and Schoolhouse Rock Chris Vera, and it stuck like how Mr. Ojeda called me Charlie Batch, and it stuck. It just stuck.
Yes. So I'm Chris, aka Schoolhouse Rocks. Oh,
JP,
are you muted? Yeah, you're muted.
Unmute your mic, JP.
There, I accidentally
There you
muted
go.
myself. There you go. So there you go, Maverick. Schoolhouse Rocks. That's the nickname right there. So you put that in for him.
There it is. There we go.
There we go.
Get that in. Wow, I think Matt is still getting the link. I sent him the link right now, but while we I guess wait for him real quick, let's get a quick message from our friends over down at Bud Love.
What if I told you that Bud gets better? Introducing Bud Love, the long-awaited herbal blend that's designed to be mixed with your favorite bud and enjoyed together, like the mixer in a cocktail. Bud Love is made from marshmallow leaf, an ancient medicinal herb, the mother cannabinoid, CBG, and rich natural flavors, including terpenes. Offering a wide variety of premium Herbal Plus mixers to complement your favorite strains. Why? Because every bud needs some love. Our carefully formulated blends improve your experience, complementing your favorite flower and bringing out its best qualities. Many bud lovers even report that it helps reduce unwanted side effects like worry, and instead creates a happy, zen feeling. Bud Love contains no cannabis or nicotine. It won't give you a buzz on its own, but when consumed together, it reduces the amount of bud needed to get the feeling you love, allowing your precious flower to last even longer. Bud Love is best enjoyed with your first bud of the day, carefully paired with your favorite strain. Choose from a variety of delicious flavors, ranging from classic to more fruity to natural, as well as tobacco flavored for those who enjoy a spliff. Mix Bud Love and flower in whatever amounts work best for you for a perfect buzz. Whether you're chilling with friends, attending a social event, or going for a hike, experiment and find your own love ratio. Bud Love's unique blends allow you to craft a happier, smoother, and more personalized experience. If you love Bud, then Bud Love is for you. Try it today and help us tell the world that Bud does in fact get better with Bud Love.
Go to budlove.com, use the promo code JAFFO Army for 15% off of your first order. Ladies and gentlemen, the voice of the A7FL, probably one of the greatest announcers I have personally got to hear, and I'm not just saying it to be flattering, I'm saying that to be truthful. Ladies and gentlemen, from the A7FL, the great Mr. Matt Ryan. What's up, Matt?
Hello, good evening. Happy holidays to you all. Happy almost Festivus. And yes, I am not here to just defend the East, but anytime someone's talking about the A7FL, I am legally obligated to show up. I'm kind of like the furniture, so.
So when it comes to the East, what are you? I mean, you right now are the closest to the ears to the streets that we have.
Mm-hmm.
What is going on right now in the East, at least that you know of, that they'd be willing to let people know what's going on?
Oh, I know a lot, but I really can't say much because I respect my sources. But I know that every top team in the Northeast are reloading, and I know one team that did not make the Final Four are having conversations with players who played in the championship game. And that those conversations, while I take them with a grain of salt, they say they're coming. A lot of people in the Northeast right now are looking at other divisions of the A7FL, and I know that Nevada is doing the exact same thing, like it's the transfer portal. And we're going to end up in the next 3 to 5 years into an arms race. And I think that the divisions that step up are going to be the ones that you expect. I think that Cincinnati still has a lot of growing up to do, and not in a bad way, but they just made a statement last year with the chaos. A lot of people saw the Covington Heist coming out as the team to watch in Ohio, mainly because we didn't know what the chaos were. And I think we saw what the Insomniacs were doing kind of immediately after Fall Brawl and the changeover in management, but the West is the Insomniacs to lose, because we don't know what's coming out of Fall Brawl. We know that the original 8 teams of the division are coming back, and we know that a lot of players that were on teams in the fall will have places to go, don't necessarily have places to go. And I've heard some ridiculous things about people who are playing in Fall Brawl now about leaving in the spring, leaving the division, leaving the coast, leaving the time zone to play in the spring. So I think that the hangover effect is going to hit Nevada. I just don't know how. I think Fall Brawl is the perfect opportunity for the Insomniacs to stay sharp. The fact that not everybody is there, I think might make things a little more interesting come spring. But when we get to the playoffs, however the playoffs are constructed for 2024, I expect a little more chalk than I saw last year. But everybody that's not the Trenton BIC, the Patterson U, a cookie bouquet, something, an edible arrangement, because the way the Northeast knocked each other out last season was the reason why we saw Tampa, and we saw Tampa in the championship, and I think we saw the Insomniacs win the championship because the BIC losing to the U early in the season, and then the Watchmen losing to the BIC and the U losing to the Watchmen. It was like the worst case scenario for any team trying to make a run, because in that division, those 3 teams were the top 3 teams, and it created this weird sense of chaos. And then you had Huff take the Animals from being the most moribund team we've seen in the Northeast in quite some time. And I know using moribund, a polysyllabic word, is a little much for 11:30 on a Friday night in my side of the world, but fuck it. I think that did more to set up what we saw in Bullhead than anything else.
Yeah. No, so now that we're in this point where, do you think now the Northeast is kind of thinking any differently than what they were before? Is the East kind of like, are they put on notice now? It's like, oh, okay, now we can take you seriously? Or is there still a sense of, we got it, it was just circumstances that kept us out of it type of thing?
The Northeast will forever believe this is their league. And no matter what happens, you have to go through them. They have the valid claim that shit broke weird last year and teams got hurt. That Nightcrawler Watchmen game delivered more than any other game but the championship. And this year we had some of the greatest games I've ever watched. As a football fan, as an announcer, as someone who's been working with the A7FL this last half decade, to me, next year's going to set the table for more. I think the Northeast is going to get to a point where there are less teams and more impact, and we're going to see more assimilation. Like right now, it's the new Virginia team, the Nova team, the Charge, there's the Watchmen, there's the Buzz. So you have those three teams, and then you have the New Jersey teams. How is that going to intermingle? What's Florida going to look like? I think those are the questions you have to ask more than what we're going to see in Vegas, because to be completely honest, and Chris Dub, this is your beat more than it is mine. I still see two teams, maybe three, that are competitive in that division, and the four still have question marks at quarterback for me. You could say what you want, but the Force losing RTC last year was one of the worst things to happen to that team, because he's the best player in that division 9 times out of 10. And they still have to adjust to that. They still have to compensate for that. Sickwood in year 2. Look at what they're doing. The first game of Fall Brawl, they put 78 on people's head. They took a bye in week 2, and still, because of the amount of points they scored in one game, they're the top team in Fall Brawl. That might change after the 7th, but I find it hard for any other team to stay hyper competitive in Vegas right now unless they pick up every head that left the Force and the Insomniacs in the offseason. Like, someone's got to be recruiting like Dion, recruiting like every coach in the league. They have to be Jim Harbaugh with a bag of hamburgers and Connor Stallion riding vacuum cleaners in the club. Like, that's where it is right now.
Chris, Dub?
Well, I
That's a
mean,
great analogy.
in reality, it is partially true. I'll be very upfront and honest with that. It is partially true. I think that, but it goes back to what I was saying earlier. The 2 top tier teams in Vegas are still going to be the Insomniacs and Sickwood. Now, where it goes from there is yet to be seen. We know that Troy, who is part of the Force, is with the Alliance right now. We know that there's a lot of players from the Force playing with the Alliance. Does that give them an opportunity to hone their craft and make them better? We don't know yet. Who is going to be the Force's quarterback? Don't know that either. But what I'm saying is, going from where we were to what is coming in spring, I think that we are possibly, depending on what happens, I think we're possibly looking at the tier 1 being the same in the Insomniacs and being sick, and tier 2 is not clear cut yet. I think that it is still being put together, because the Alienators, which are going to probably wind up being the pit bosses, they've got some great athletes over there, and can they put it together? We've seen what their running back could do. We've seen what a few of their players can do, and are they going to put it all together? So there is some other things that we need to start taking a look at that's coming up within Fall Brawl that will eventually carry over to the spring. And I want to see how those teams shake out, because just like Matt has heard rumblings and rumors, I've heard rumblings and rumors as well. And until we are day 1, game 1, they're exactly what we just said, rumblings and rumors. Let's see what is put together. I think that there could be some power shifts because of some of the rumblings and rumors. And I think there could be a situation where come spring, you could have some teams that were in tier 2 move up to tier 1. And you can have some teams that we would consider tier 1 actually elevate themselves past that tier 1 level, believe it or not. So let's see what happens and how this thing shakes out. Because just like you see people building in the East, there's people building out here too.
Yeah.
I
Matt,
think just
I wanted to ask you real quick. I asked Dub and Chris this. How far off do you think it is from interconference play?
2 to 3 seasons. You have to be
Okay.
pragmatic. You have to be pragmatic. That costs money. Like you're asking your division owners and you're asking the league to set forth a lot of money to make that happen. I think that we may see more interdivision, interconference play later on, like maybe next season. We could possibly see a shift in the playoffs because the way the playoffs went last year, a lot of people had complaints about it, and I know that this league is continuing to grow. This is a very elastic league because we've added new divisions, we keep adding new teams, and the process is going to have to change to create a level of competition and parity, to create opportunities to where Nevada in its second season is not only in the championship, but hosting the championship and winning the championship. So there's like, where's the championship game going to be? That could play a factor into it too, on home field advantage and trying to do all these different things. But I feel like we're a bit of a way off. I think we're closer than we've ever been in the national era of the league. But I think the moves made in season 10 will make season 11 a lot more interesting and create a lot more opportunities. Because I, as an announcer, selfishly, I want to call those games more than anything. I want to see what happens. I want to see these teams face off. The fact that I've not seen Ashante Worthy share a field with AJ McQuaig, or seeing these matchups, hell, I want to see Tampa and the BIC tear it up. We've never seen those two teams play. We've never seen the U take on those teams. I'd love to see the Baltimore Watchmen, Nick Mays, and that defense going up against the offensive line of the Insomniacs. Fuck yeah, I want to watch that. I want good football. Like, I'm not here just to collect the check. I am hyper obsessed with this league. And I want to see the best games possible. And I want to see the best players possible. The fact that we have the level of talent in this league is absurd. The fact that other leagues want to poach our players is an amazing thing. When you look at the roster of these A7FL teams, you have some of the best players of their state who never got the opportunity to play. And that's the reason why I love this league. Like, these are real athletes, real underdogs, real people you can actually root for. They're human beings. They're not artifice. They're not these things to where we're supposed to herald them as heroes. They're human beings, and we could treat them like human beings.
Which makes for a great story.
I think the A7FL does a great job of limiting the idolatry of an athlete. I think as media, as broadcasters, as fans, we do way too much mythologizing of people. And I think that creates weird conversations later. And it creates a lot of these moral quandaries and these ethical conundrums, to where if you root for a team and there's a player you actively don't like because, well, all of these things, and he kind of doesn't care about the fact that he did these things. And I'm creating a straw man for this argument, but in the A7FL, we have people, this is their second chance. This is their third chance. This is them trying to make something of themselves and make their lives better and show the potential that they have. And more often than not, we've seen guys like Snags Sosa. Snags is a wild boy, and I love watching him play football because that authenticity is there. And I think you can't get that in any other league. And I think that that's one of the things that this league has to maintain, is that authenticity without it going overboard. Because we've seen times in this league where egos become more than they should be. But I think this league has gotten better at that, at least during the time I've been here. But to pitch this question back to you guys, what are the deficiencies you see in the East that makes you more confident that the Insomniacs or a Sikwidit could beat teams that basically developed this style of play? Because that to me is the thing, because Vegas has Nevada has this different mentality than the East.
Hmm.
That Vegas versus everybody thing is very different. Like, if the BIC won the championship this year, I don't think I would see Quattrell Huffin or La Dub or Aunt Mo or Big Mike or anybody who plays in New Jersey celebrating that fact. And we've seen players from Nevada who weren't on the Insomniacs, who may or may not have made the playoffs, treating it like they were a part of the championship team. And it felt like Nevada was in it for everyone. It didn't matter who that team was. As long as a team from Nevada was in the chip, they were rooting for that team. And I find that such an interesting comparison, because I think New Jersey versus Baltimore is very much a thing, but I don't know how many of those guys would be repping the Watchmen if they were in the chip, or how many Northeast guys were repping for the Tampa Nightcrawlers because it was in their division. I find that process very interesting, and I wonder how that applies to building teams and like how that kind of metastasizes within a division.
If I may, you can correct me if I'm wrong here. How I kind of see that is what happened with Vegas and what happened with the Insomniacs winning the championship felt like a full on, like, everybody who was involved with the growth of everything that was going on in Vegas. With that moment, it was kind of one of those, oh, we did this together type of moment. To whereas the guys on the Northeast have had multiple years of these experiences to where those types of rivalries, that type of thinking kind of developed. But I think this one was kind of that, all right, we did it together. Now, from here on out, as competition gets tougher, as the rivalries start to really kind of sink in and become, bigger over the years, you'll start to see that mindset change. But I think, and again, Chris, Dub, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that's kind of where that stemmed from, at least this past year.
Dub, I'll let you take it, and then I'll tell you my opinion.
There was a sense of unity per se amongst the players that play in the Nevada division, because the talk was from the Northeast, and Matt can correct me on this one. They kept saying, "Oh, we've seen your best. We've seen your best. We've seen your best." And then the Insomniacs instance said, "Hold my beer." I think now, yeah, I mean, there's mutual respect, but at the same time, a team like SICK, they want to be like, well, we want to be the next ones to do it. And now they're on the cusp, but now how can we get over that hump? Because it seems like the one thing that has stopped SICK from getting to that spot has been the Insomniacs, which makes for great sports talk, makes for great podcasting, which makes for, the irresistible force against the immovable object. I think that whole Vegas versus everybody moniker will probably never leave, because a lot of people feel like that the division got disrespected because they weren't given their proper due. Again, I don't know. That could be one's opinion, but I just think that, yeah, they're happy that, the division came here to the championship, or the championship came to this division, but we just don't want to stop with the Insomniacs. We want to have our piece of the pie too. Now, that's just my 2 cents, but that's kind of what I'm feeling like. But Chris can give his thoughts, and we can make it for a discussion or for a debate.
A debate is what it is. I mean, realistically speaking, when I take a look at what's going on within A7 Nevada, I think that what we kind of fail to realize is a lot of these guys have been playing together on different flag teams for years. And there is a sense of fraternity with these guys and guys that play against each other. We saw it last weekend. Packer hit Crown, and Crown didn't like that and went after him a little bit. But the fact of the matter is they play together all the time. They are, friends outside of football. And once those competitive juices get flowing, that's when you start to see these things happen. But I think that overall, the difference that I see outside of our division is a fact that, or excuse me, in our division compared to outside of our division, is a lot of these guys have been playing together and they're separated by who they choose to play with in A7. So there's still that sense of brotherhood or a fraternity within A7 Nevada where, okay, we didn't step up and win. You guys have the opportunity to go get the ship for us. And I think that's what we're seeing. Now, we can, like I said, it's up for debate, and you can ask player to player and get a different story. But that's what I saw last year. That's even when we call the games. I mean, I've never seen so many guys help each other up from another team after a play is over. There is the sense that it is still Vegas versus everyone within this community because of stuff that has been said about us outside of the community. So it's like, look, we could talk shit about each other all we want, but outside forces cannot. So take that someplace else, I think is kind of the attitude. So that's why you see, I think anyway, that's why I think we see these guys step up and root for each other after they have bowed out.
Did that answer anything for you, Matt?
Yeah, it did. I find that very interesting, and I wonder how costly that could be in terms of recruiting, because we're seeing a heavy conversation between players now more than ever, and it's chip chasing, ring chasing. That's what people are complaining about, or saying, oh, you guys are riding the bench because you just want a ring. And I wonder how much of an ego attack that is for a lot of guys. Because we saw as soon as that championship game was over, guys who helped build that Insomniacs team or people that were thought of being key players on that team jumped ship and created their own ball club. And now they're 2-1. They have a team that's full of talented athletes, but have not really been able to pull it together for a full 60 minutes. They have lapses on defense. There's Darnell Richardson has had a very off season. I believe he's thrown as many, if not more, interceptions than touchdowns. That offensive line creates, it's run or dump the ball off, unless Savion can get off on a go route. And what happens with those players? Like, who's going to pick up Savion in the offseason? Where's he going to go? I don't think he's going back to OTT.
I think he is.
You think he's going to go back to the OTT after that, and him leaving the way he left kind of not acrimoniously, but
last week he was on the show and he said OTT is his home in the spring.
Exactly, I think
words.
What we have to understand, and I think that we've got to take a look at something here, because, Matt, I do disagree with you on this standpoint. You said that after the ship that there was a few players that were key cogs to Insomniacs. I don't know that I necessarily agree with that. I think that there's a few players that were, brought into the Insomniac family, and if, they wanted to leave, I don't think the family was going to, fight them on that, because they realized, look, it is a family, and if you want to leave, we're not going to hold you back. We want you to grow. But I think the key personnel for the Insomniacs are still there. I don't think they lost anybody that I would consider their key grounding group. I'm not saying anything about the guys that left. I think that, you have to, every once in a while, you have to be able to grow. You have to stretch your legs. You have to leave home. You got to be able to see what you're going to do in another team. But I also think that there are some instances where you can look back and say, hey, you know what, maybe that was a little bit of a mistake. Hopefully my family will let me come back. Savion's one of those. Maybe Savion wanted to leave OTT to see what else was out there during a situation like the fall brawl, and go back home during the springtime, because OTT is his main home. So we have to understand that from some of these players' standpoints. And sometimes they want to go play with some other guys for a little bit, and the fall brawl is the place to do it.
So is that decision made though ahead of time? Like, yeah, you want to go play somewhere else for the fall brawl and stuff like that. But I think if you're home and always has been your home, and this is where it's kind of making a little bit off to
Yeah,
me.
that's what doesn't
If
track for
that's
me.
where if that's where your mindset, this is where I'm going to be in the spring. That why would you not want to play the fall brawl with said home to get better, to build that chemistry, to build that camaraderie, that culture within a team? Like if
Curiosity.
he was the mainstay, pretty much like let's be real, he was the mainstay piece to that OTT team.
It is
Half
true,
of
but I
the
mean,
And
there's
this
Spurs was
kind of
him.
takes away a little bit of that opportunity to mesh and grow together by
And also, if you're the OTT, if you're G Hurd, or if you're any of these new coaches on the team, you've got to feel some kind of way that your best player, empirically the best player on that team, walked to go play on what some people called a super team. It's got Trey Robinson, Tone Smith on that team. You have other great returners. You have guys that played in the fall brawl chip on both sides last year, guys that won a ring with the Insomniacs. You've got Yodi Mack, who was also, I believe, he was on the Force last season, if I remember.
No, he was on OTT.
Yeah,
He's on OTT,
OTT.
yeah. So
Yeah.
you have the guy that was ostensibly the backup quarterback of the OTT, or the starter, depending on who you ask, and the best athlete that team has had go across the street, and they're supposed to come back like, hey, what's going on? How you do? Like, that
Keep
to
it
me
one.
is very odd. Like, if I'm building a team, if I'm a general manager
Mhm.
and I have my best player saying, hey, I want to go win a chip for the fall, I'm going to go with Trey and Tone and all these guys, I'd be like, I guess, but that's going to hurt me wanting to have this guy come back or trust him to be a leader on my team, because he probably saw that the OTT weren't going to make it to the top 4, or he wanted to go play with some of the best players in the league. And to me, that would harm any trust I had in that player. Like, I don't know, as a coach or as a leader on that team, like, oh, so as soon as it gets hard, this dude's going to dip, or, oh, if there's a better opportunity.
Yeah, he muted himself. Look, in reality, that's one way to look at things. And anybody can look at a situation that is in front of them as a negative one. For all we know, and I'm not saying I know this, I'm saying that for all we know, Savion could have went to G and said, hey, look, I'm thinking of going to play on another team. I just want to see what it's like. And G looked right at him and said, go for it. You know, when it rolls around for fall or for spring, you're coming back home, right? And Savion looked at him right in the eye and said, yeah, you know, and I'm bringing some of the players with me, because let's face it, Outlaws are not a legacy team. So their players are going to have to go to a legacy team to continue playing. So the question mark is, how do we know? And again, we're throwing things out there. How do we know that half that team doesn't wind up playing for OTT? And half that team that Savion's playing on now is going, yeah, we need a place to play. So, yeah, we're going to come run with you guys. The fact of the matter is, if we always feel like slighted by people leaving for what is presumed to be greener pastures, then these guys would never play together again in the flag league. But the fact of the matter is, you have guys that played on a flag team in at 2 p.m. and at 4 p.m. they're playing in A7 on the same on different teams. So You
So
just don't know what
I,
goes on in the background.
I'm sorry. And correct me if I'm wrong on this. I'd process that as, so you're going to another team to play for them to recruit to come back to the OT. Like the whole point in going to another team is to bring, or is to basically poach players from the Outlaws
How
back to
how
the
And
how are
OTT
you
how do you
culture.
poaching?
how do
How are
you
you poaching
reconcile that?
players when the Outlaws are not one of the legacy teams that will be playing in the spring?
But to that
So
point,
all those
Chris,
players have to
So
find a legacy team to go play on.
but what
do
about all those
you
players you
so
recruit to the OTT?
why do you have to play for another team? I mean, if that's the case, if it's that easy, why do you have to play for another team in order to
No, you're
recruit people to
taking
your
you're
team?
taking all that wrong. I said that for all we know. I
Yeah,
didn't
but
say
we
that that
but
was
to
the way it
expand on
was.
the hypothetical though, we have to. Our job is to expand on the hypothetical. You've presented this scenario, and to me, if I'm a player who joined the OTT in the fall, and I hear, oh, say's recruiting all these dudes from the Outlaws so we can have them next year, I'm like, fuck, I work here too. Like, what am I gonna do in the spring? Like, y'all care that I'm here? Like, that would make me like if I worked at a job and my boss told me, yeah, the more talented guys that used to work here, not you. You stay here and you suck with us. Those guys, he's going across the street to get better players so you can ride the bench next year so we can win a chip. Like that, there's things there where if I had the pride and ego of a football player in my prime and I was basically told that, or if that was how our best player was treating our team, like he can just get up, walk, and come back whenever he wants, the door's always open, I'd be pissed off. I'd be mad. I'd be very frustrated because then that would make me feel disposable. That would make my role on this team sacrificing playing these 5 games against intense competition, including the guys that are supposed to be my teammates in the spring. Like
So your
that
take
to
on
me is
that, your take on that is that if somebody brings more players, that you're going to be riding the bench, like you said, you have an ego. Your feeling is you should be playing. So your take on that is
no. What
you're
I'm
no
saying
longer
is it's
going
a
to be. Hold on,
35
Matt.
man
Hold on.
roster.
Hold on. So your take on that is to turn around and say, I'm going to be riding the bench when they bring these other players in. That doesn't necessarily make sense to me for this reason and this reason alone. If you have X amount of players, and in OTT's case, since we're expanding on the hypothetical, I believe they have 15 to 20 players. And if you bring over another 10 players to bring you up to roughly 20 to 25 players, that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be seeing a lot of people riding the bench. It means that you're going to have a little bit deeper bench to do the things that are necessary. So, my question to that would be, how many players are on the Insomniacs?
Right
Any
now,
guesses?
20.
Any
I
guesses?
think it's the 35 man roster right now, or close to it.
How many players are on Sick With It?
They have the full 35.
Exactly. And how many times do you see those guys sitting there arguing about playing time? The fact of the matter is, the top tier teams have what they consider the number twos that could go play number one
Yeah,
on a lot of other teams.
we've
So
seen with
that ego that you're talking about, the ego that you're talking about when it comes to football, is what do you want to do as a teammate? What do you want to do as a player? If you want to play and you want to show that you're of that level, then to have more teammates and not have to be hurt when players aren't there. And what I mean by hurt, not being able to be productive, not being able to be competitive with another team. Like we were just talking about, the Insomniacs were missing, I think it was 8 total players. Dub, correct me if I'm wrong, when they played last week. And if it wasn't for their depth, they might have lost that game. But they are a very deep team. So the fact of the matter is, sometimes when you talk about it, and this is where I look at it from a different standpoint, playing the game myself, have been a guy that started, a guy that was a backup, the whole nine. I will tell you very honestly, sometimes for the betterment of a team, you've got to push that ego to the side. And you have to understand what it takes to be a teammate and to be able to get to a championship. Because
Yeah,
I can tell you right now, without a shadow of a doubt, half the Insomniacs played where they should have played. The other half were the backups and played where they could play. So
That being
either
said,
way, they still
but
won a championship.
that being said, though, why do you have to play for another team to recruit?
yeah, like that's confusing to me.
But
And
see,
also those eight
you guys are
guys.
taking that as being gospel. What I said was,
No, but
it is a
I'm not
I'm
possibility.
saying that's
looking
the
at
only
if
way.
he's
I'm
coming
saying
back
in
there.
Savion
However, he's
Cunningham's case, in his case alone here, if
Mhm.
that was the case, like if he's going to the Outlaws essentially to play for him to recruit players, he could have done that while being on the OTT, being like, "Hey,
But see,
this
now
is what
you
we got
guys are
building
bringing,
over here.
but you
Come
guys
over
are
here."
bringing this in like that is exactly what he's
but
doing.
It's perception wise, if his home in his heart, when he comes out and says OTT is my home,
Mhm.
but is playing for another team, that how else is that supposed to register? If he's doing that to recruit, my question is, okay, well, why do you have to play for another team to recruit? If that's not what you did, if like you said, going on to trying to greener pastures, trying something out or whatever it is, that interferes with the growth and the chemistry of a team.
Mhm.
If
And
your best player is not with you during the fall getting better,
Mhm.
that disrupts the flow come
So
spring.
you can't go get better playing with somebody else?
no, it's not getting better and playing with somebody else. It's all the best player on the team already leaving. And then with the Insomniacs, you said there were 8 guys that didn't play.
Yep.
Yeah, those are 8 guys who didn't go across the street and join up with Sick or the Alliance or the Outlaws. Like, it's just an odd move to me. And also, I think it hurts a morale and chemistry of a team that needs more time together. The OTT have been basically the same team since the fall of 2022, and they've been static. And the only thing that kept them going in a lot of games was Savion Cunningham.
Okay,
And
well, and that's a question.
losing him.
For us to understand the exact reason why Savion did it would have to be him being on this show and telling you exactly his reason. And G would have to be on here as well to tell you why he feels that because he feels like Savion's like a little brother to him, why he would let his little brother go play for another team and then come back to the same team that he calls his home. That for us, we can sit here and talk about it ad nauseum, but the fact of the matter is to understand the situation and to understand the whys, we would have to have them on so they can tell you. Right now, what we're doing is talking a lot of ish, if you will, about a situation that we truly don't know exactly why, who, what, where, or when. So, I mean, for us to continue to sit here and talk about, well, he's over there recruiting, or well, he's doing this, and I don't understand. I don't understand it either. But he did it, and he said on our show last week, the OTT is his home. Period. So that's where he's going to play in the spring. So a young man made a decision to break from his normal team, went over to play for a different team in the fall, and is going home in the spring. So I don't see why we have to tear him apart
It's not
in the
tearing him
situation.
apart.
Well, I'm sorry,
It's not
maybe that's
tearing
the
him
wrong
apart.
word for it, but I don't see why we have to tear apart his decision at this point in time to make a play to do something he felt was right at the time.
And well, I'm not attacking whether or not he.
I didn't say you were
His
attacking him.
decision
I
is
just
his
said tearing it
decision.
apart.
Like he's an athlete. He's an adult. He can make his own decision. I'm not
Yeah.
arguing that. I think he made a bold move, and there's aspects of it that have played out. I see it as, oh, this leads to more questions. This is very interesting to me as a thought starter, as someone who
Agreed.
league, as someone who has to look at the league with an analytical and critical eye, because most of what I do is talking about and understanding this league a little better. So I'm gonna look at that and look at it a little sideways and wonder why it, like, trying to understand it from my point of view so it'll better inform me as an announcer and as an analyst of this league. if someone makes a move that's the betterment for them in their career, I'm going to respect it because they made the decision that's built for them and for their family and for what they want to do in football. This is football. It's supposed to be fun. Play what you want. But 90% of our job is trying to interpret what's going on, trying to understand, okay, this is the decision. What are the ramifications? What are the possible reasons? And just trying to present to the audience how the fuck we got here.
Yeah, and I agree with you, and I think that comes with us having that conversation with a Savion, with a G, to understand the dynamic as to his rationale for leaving and G's rationale for having him come back to OTT. I mean, those are rational points that I think all of us, we can sit here and talk about and say, as adults, we've made decisions. We've went one way. We should have went another. And we've come right back to that first way that we were supposed to go down to begin, that the fork in the road, if you will. And we turned left instead of right, backed up and went right. So it's one of those situations where, you play for a team long enough. I've played with guys for years and we've changed it up. I've went to play for another team and came back to my old team. It is something that happens from time to time. I mean, I think it is what it is. And in spring, Savion will probably be back with OTT.
But what I was trying to figure out, is this something that he decided before he even left, or was
Don't
this
know.
something that he decided after he?
Have no
When you
idea.
guys talked to him,
That's the $5 million question that we don't know. Only he knows the answer to that question.
And I think once we get into the spring, that story will tell itself. And I think that this is going to create a new middle class in Nevada, which I think is desperately needed, because you had 3 teams last season that were the top of the class, and the Insomniacs have only gotten better with more time and playing against the different teams they've played against. Sick With It have been impressive in fall, and I'm going to say this and then I'm going to bow out because it's midnight here and I'm tired and hungry. I could do this all night with you psychopaths, but I think that this fall is setting the tone for spring. And I think that a lot of teams walking in thinking this is going to be their year are going to learn a lot of hard lessons early on. And I think that Sick With It and Insomniacs are going to just keep a frenetic pace that a lot of these teams can't keep up with, because they still have the biggest deficiencies in terms of stopping the 3-on-1, because some of these defense teams are porous. It is like watching a teenager with acne trying to wash his face. It's a disturbing sight, and all you see are open pores.
Wow.
And the other thing is offensive lines. The offensive lines in the Northeast are a bunch of large humans with a lot of football and A7 FL experience. The reason why why RTC and all these guys on the Insomniacs and Sick With It can get all those yards is because they have an offensive line that is frightening.
Yeah.
They can block. They can give their quarterbacks time. And in the Northeast, Corey Hammond had like 1.7 seconds in the pocket. Like, I think that offensive line and defensive line are the 2 biggest hindrances for 6 of the 8 teams in Nevada. And I think that those are going to be the issues in terms of long term. Maybe 3 of the teams, the Force have a great offensive line too. But I think defensive line play on some of these teams is a little iffy. It's a little hit and miss. Dub, you're shaking your head. If I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong.
No. I was not shaking my head. There were some comments that was just really, no. You're good, buddy.
Yeah, that's probably a bot. Don't even worry about that one. Those ones I look at and I'm like, don't worry. Don't give them the time.
What comments are you guys talking about?
Some weird ones that I'm looking at here that just.
Oh, in the chat?
Yeah.
What'd you do?
I was not shaking my head at you, man. You're good, buddy.
I'm very confounded by this, but I will wish you all good night, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy birthday, Jay.
Appreciate you, Matt.
Yeah, no worries.
Thank you for
Welcome to
coming
being
on,
old,
my friend.
pal. Be
Merry
well,
Christmas,
y'all.
Matt.
Appreciate
Have
you.
a
Merry
good one.
Christmas. Happy New
You
Year.
too, man. Same to
Thank
you,
you.
man.
Before we move on to the next topic, real quick message from our friends over at Popple.
Is your team still buying paper business cards? It's time to modernize with Popple Teams. Manage your team's digital business cards individually or in bulk. Instantly add or remove members. Capture team-wide leads using a Popple QR code or Popple device. Then export to your CRM. Understand your team's performance and uncover new insights. Let them know how they're doing with instant push notifications. Over 100 new leads today. Great job, everyone. Upgrade now with Popple Teams. Start your free trial today.
Can you throw a cube in there for
Some
me?
of these are getting like this guy. He said,
No, I kid you.
this
I kid
guy.
you not. One particular episode of me and Chris's show, Talking Ish with Dumb and Chris, which you can catch tomorrow at 5 p.m. on the Vegas Side Media channel. Basically was calling me and Chris to be family friendly, Mr. Clean, dildos, if you will, and we were just like, "Oh, really? That's how you feel?" You
I
gotta be
never knew a dildo could get a guy excited.
right, but apparently that's what happened. But
Thank you.
Terrible. Wait, is Matt 6? Hold on. Is he still? Yeah, he is. Get him in there. Matt
Yeah,
6.
I'm reading the trolls. I want to mess with the trolls.
No, I'm seeing them right here
hey,
on
have at it, man, Sticks. Have at it, baby. Have at
on
it.
the Twitch side.
By all means.
Just looking at it going, trying to give you a chuckle. I'm like, damn, by talking that kind of shit? Damn, all right. Yes. Ha ha. All right.
Love the trolls. The trolls are fun.
They are. They are nice to see every once in a while. It keeps you on your toes. Keeps you on your toes. What we had this Thursday night is apparently people are thinking the
Man, that see, I'm gonna have to turn this. Wait, hold on. I got to be able to see this.
Jeez.
Oh man.
Mastics, are you seeing this?
Yeah.
I almost feel like I have to because this was actually kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh man.
No, don't. Chris didn't leave because of that, did he? Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
these are 100% just to see Dub react. It's just, that's too good. Chris had to leave, I guess, huh?
I don't know.
Apparently
I'll send him a message in a minute.
the Rams seem to be the real deal now, which that's the opinion of some. But I guess beating the Saints makes you all of a sudden a scary team to deal with. But
well, they're playing better. They've played a lot better.
Better than what they were.
Getting Cooper Kupp back has certainly helped their offense take a lot of pressure off of Nakua, who is still getting his yards and still getting his catches. But I think one thing that's really not being talked about is the balance that Kyron Williams has given them on offense, to where Stafford doesn't have to throw the ball 40 to 50 times like he was when they had no run game. So I mean, Jay, you know this as well as anybody. I mean, if you have a run game, it takes a lot of pressure to where the quarterback does not have to sling it all the doggone time.
Yeah.
And that's just what it is. I mean, Stafford has been very efficient the last few games throwing the football. And like I said, when you have Kyron Williams running the ball that effectively, it certainly will make your offense a lot better, for sure.
Who have they played lately?
Nakua or Kupp? I'm like, well,
hey,
shit, if they can keep both, then that would be awesome if they can keep both of them. But I mean,
Chris, you're not wrong.
Cooper Kupp started off a little bit slow on his return, and I mean, Puka Nakua did more than enough to kind of fill in his.
Why wouldn't
that
they be
point.
able? Why wouldn't they be able to keep both receivers? Puka
That's what
Nakua
I'm
is the
saying. Like
rookie.
I would assume they would.
Well, Puka Nakua's a rookie. He's on a rookie
He's
contract.
on a rookie
You're not going
contract.
to.
At least for the next 4
Nobody's going to be
years.
talking to him for the next 4 years about another contract.
Yeah, he should be fine. They should be okay with that. How much longer is Cooper Kupp's contract there till?
I want to say he just signed a new one last year, so I want to say that he's got another 5 years too.
I'll give you that answer in a second. I'm looking that up. Hold on. I'll give you an answer in a second. I'm being shifty right now.
Nakua is enough. Well, when that bridge comes 4 years, down the line, then
you could have that conversation. But right now, I think that Cooper Kupp and Puka are probably
that's going to be a nasty duo in the next 4 years.
To answer your question, he's under contract for 4 more years. So Chris was right, 4 more years.
Yep.
So then you're going to so then that legitimately that comes down at the line at that 4-year mark. When you have both of them that you need to, well, at that point you probably pay Nakua because Kupp is older at that point. No.
Well, Kupp is
at that point?
He is currently 29. He'll be a free agent in 2027, and that'll be his age 34 season.
Yeah, it's about the end of a wide receiver's range,
they
age
might
wise.
still be able to keep both of them because you wouldn't be having to pay Cooper Kupp all that much money by that point.
But is he going to be worth that?
Receiver money at that point, I don't think.
But is he going to be worth that? Because don't forget, teams look at players. They look at, obviously, one of the biggest things is production. But I think that when you start looking at the age of a receiver coming at 34, you've got, and all the miles that Cooper Kupp has on him, I think that one of the things that they're going to look at is, can he still get it done? And if the answer is yes, well, then you're probably going to go year to year with him and try to make give him an offer that is going to keep him on the team, but something that's cap friendly and something that's going to allow them to sign Nakua to a larger contract. Because right now we're also looking at a rookie. We're also talking about a young man that people are going to have film on him, just like we've seen in the past. You have guys that come into the league, you don't have film on them in the pros, so you're not sure how to cover them. You're not sure what they can do. And I'm not saying he's surprising anybody at this point in time in the NFL. But what I'm saying is, you have guys that you don't really write up game plans for rookies all the time. So, what's his best routes? They're going to take a look at that. Where does he go? Where is his back end? Are they going to bracket him more because of the way that he runs his routes? Is he speedy enough that if it's a bigger corner that's on him, can he run by them? If the answer is no, they're going to cover him differently next year than they're covering him this year. And you'll see that. You'll actually start to see that if they make the playoffs. That's when teams will start making their adjustments to him as a wide receiver, and they'll know, okay, we can take away Nakua on certain routes, and we can take away Kupp on others.
Well, as it stands, they will be playing the Lions if the playoffs started today.
Yes. And where are the Lions
right
weak
now,
in the secondary?
The Rams would be able to beat the Lions.
Say that again?
Yeah, as it stands right now, do we think the Rams would be able to beat the Lions?
No.
The Lions' run game is too strong. It's one of the best tandems in the league. And if Gibbs and Montgomery get going, that takes a lot of pressure off of Goff. And Goff can just sit there off play action and find Laporta, find Amon-Ra St. Brown, and whoever in the pass game. But again, to quote Chris, if there is an Achilles heel in that defense, it is the secondary because they have tendencies to give up some big plays down the field, and Stafford can still throw the ball deep, although he hasn't had too much this year. But, I mean, that's why they play the game. But again, it's week 16. A lot of things can happen in the final 3 weeks of the season.
For sure.
Like I said, the Rams could be where they're right now. They're the 6th seed. They can easily get kicked out because somebody can get hot at the end of the season. Of course, injuries always happen. So, I mean, you just have to play the schedule out.
I think the biggest thing that I would say, the reason why I don't think the Rams could beat Detroit, there's a couple of things. Number one, Detroit's going to be playing at home. They're a tough team at home. They're tough out. 2, their run defense is actually pretty good, so they could take away the run game from the Rams and turn them into a pass only. Now, the Lions do have on the back end, I think that's where they're weak, is in their pass defense, but they can also get after the quarterback. Now, if there was something that I had to say about Stafford, it's he is not great against the blitz, and that's one of his weaknesses. So if you bring pressure up the middle, he's going to be in trouble. And that's where
he can still be in a given mood. Yes, he can still be in a
yes,
given mood. Absolutely.
and that's where I think that if you're going to look at a game plan, defensive game plan, they're going to bring pressure. And the Lions are, if I'm not mistaken, I think in the NFC, they blitz more than any other team. And I think that what you're going to look at is a Lions team that is going to bring the blitz up the middle to force Stafford into making mistakes.
Fucking world did we just jump into where we're talking like the fucking Detroit Lions are who we are talking about as a team that people need to be fucking worried about.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, on the
The Avengers really did fuck up the timeline, didn't they?
Parody in the NFL.
Me and Mizzle for the last 3 years, when Holmes and Campbell got together, we said the Lions are going to build something, and it's built year by year. Like, yes, year one they went 3-13, but you saw the foundation was being built. Last year, winning season, go 9-8 in a sense. They kick out the Packers at the playoffs and basically kicked Aaron Rodgers out of Green Bay, and now he's in East Rutherford nursing a torn Achilles. I said this year, the division is basically theirs to take. Then the Vikings get hurt with Kirk Cousins. That instance almost handed the Lions the North title, which they haven't officially clinched yet. But, I mean, they're on the rise up. And, I mean, if you're a long-suffering Lions fan, you should be enjoying every single minute of this because they haven't won a division since the old NFC Central in 1993. That's how long it's been the Detroit Lions have not won a division title. So
that's sad. That's the year before I got married.
And that was the second year of your beloved Cowboys going back to back also.
Yes, sir.
Which, by the way, the Cowboys are
shit.
still...
Now we got 2 Cowboys fans on here at the same time. Fuck.
Wait, you don't see you don't see this over my shoulder?
That way. The other technically he's a Jets fan right now.
But
technically he's a Jets fan right now.
Earlier we had talked about no team has repeated since the 03-04 Patriots. Keep this in mind. No NFC team has repeated as Super Bowl champions since the 92-93 Cowboys. So you want to talk about it's hard to repeat? No team from the NFC has gone back-to-back since the Cowboys in the 90s. That's insane.
To be honest, the way things are shaping out for the future, that might still be the case for at least the next 10 years.
You're not wrong.
The way things look, the way things are being built.
But you got to keep in mind something here. We're also talking about a time when, we were moving from no salary cap to a salary cap. Salaries were much lower back then when they first started. The overall salary cap was much lower back then. But we've also got
free agency wasn't what it is now.
Exactly, and you've got to start
salary cap now in the NFL.
Well, it goes deeper than that when you think about this, okay? Because there's only one professional sport that the salary cap is a hard cap. Every other sport, it's a soft cap. You can pay, your luxury taxes in the NBA. You can do things in baseball, but
luxury tax in baseball because there was no salary cap in baseball.
Yep. And so when you look at those things and you start also looking at the NFL is also the only place in any major league, basketball, baseball, football, that your contracts are not guaranteed.
Correct.
For the life of the contract. Correct. It's only good for your signing bonus, and that's it. So when you start looking at these things and you start taking all this stuff into consideration, then you wonder why teams can go from being really good one year to really crappy the next, because the other side of that is also people forget you cannot participate in the NFL draft unless you are under the salary cap. If you're not under the salary cap, you can't participate in the draft, period. So there's a lot of stuff where the NFL is much different from other major league sports where people take for granted and don't always listen to. I hear it all the time as a Cowboys fan. Oh, your Cowboys haven't, if you wanted to watch a Cowboys Super Bowl, you could still watch that on VHS. Yeah, that's true. But the Cowboys took 30 years off, and guess what? Those other teams that are still behind us are still behind us. So talk all the shit that you want. The fact of the matter is the Eagles have only won one Super Bowl, one in their 57 years. So
Played
the
in
fact
2,
is,
1-1. Yeah.
what's that?
Played in 2, 1-1.
Correct. So actually played in 3 because.
Oh, we're Joe Namath. Yeah, I guess we're going all the way back to
not
that.
Joe. No, not Joe Namath.
No,
Super Bowl
not Joe
15 and
Namath.
Jim Plunkett. Super Bowl 15 and Jim Plunkett.
Gracious.
You got it. Raiders and Eagles. So, but bottom line here is that when we start looking at all these teams, when you start looking at the whole point about a salary cap is to make you as a team owner make decisions on players so that way they can go to other teams and bring those other teams up. They want the parity. So that's why we have parity of teams that are really good that go out and lose to teams that aren't as good. And people talk on talk shows, we talk crap about them all the time. And we say, oh, well, they're pretenders. They're not contenders. No, it truly is in this league anymore, any given Sunday. It is very hard to continuously win in this league because the separation from, top, middle, and bottom is really not that great anymore. You don't have teams that how many times have you seen a bad team beat a good team in today's NFL? If you would have told me I think it was 2 weeks ago that the who was it? They were 4-8 at the time. The Titans were going to beat Miami. I would have said you're lying, but they did. So you look at these situations and you have to understand. Here's what goes on in the NFL. Injuries play a big piece of what happens in the NFL.
And his fantasy been fucking me all year.
Yeah, drafts anymore play a big piece in the NFL. You can't build a team with free agency anymore. You used to be able to, but if you do that, you wind up like the Rams. You have to start mortgaging. You mortgage the future. Well, guess what? It came time to pay the mortgage. You had to release all these players just so that way you could start again and start building again. So you have to make your choices. And I think that the teams that are notoriously at the top that might not have made it over are the teams that are going to sustain where you don't blow it up and start all over again. So you've had teams like that. So
you also got to have sometimes you got to get lucky and hope for that home team discount. Player wants to stay there for a smaller amount of money type of, you got to hope and pray for those type of deals at times to be successful for long periods of time.
But those are getting fewer and further between.
He knew what he was doing, Tom Brady, by not taking those big old contracts. He could have got paid millions and millions of dollars.
No, Tom Brady.
Same with Larry Fitzgerald.
No, Tom Brady, it wasn't a matter of Tom Brady understanding what he, taking a home team discount. Tom Brady knew that his wife was making $425 million. So Tom Brady could afford to take less money. So when you got a wife that's making that kind of scratch and you don't have to put in that kind of scratch, you can take less money. So, but you also have those players that are, and people call them greedy, but you got to understand, they are one injury away from never collecting a paycheck again.
Yeah.
Or getting cut.
No, to be honest, that way of actually looking at it, even being a former player myself, you in the long run, because I only got up to a certain point, so my mindset was always, do it for the team, for the team, for the team, for the team. But when you get to the professional level, the not for long league, there's a reason why the average is 3 years or less. because injuries, like you say, happen all the time. So if a player has the opportunity to capitalize on life-changing, multiple generational wealth changing type money, and most of these guys coming from nothing, to be able to change their families' lives and stuff like that, they're going to take that opportunity 100% of the time.
Let me ask you something, and this is something nobody ever thinks of. Why is it that you don't see more NFL players signing large deals for promotions and to different companies? Do you know why?
Talking about sponsorship?
Yeah. Why don't you see bigger sponsorships with NFL players?
Kind of depends on who the NFL player is, but
No, that's not even the reason.
Is it because they make more money in sponsorships than they do game checks?
Nope. It's because how many NFL players can you recognize with their helmets off?
Good point. Good point.
So if you're
Very
a
good point.
sponsor, why are you going to sign somebody where during the game you're not going to see them with their helmets off 90% of the time?
Correct.
So
Correct.
you don't see a lot of NFL players signing large sponsorship deals when they get hurt and they're no longer in the league, because their name and their recognition goes by the wayside. Because if you are no longer associated with the NFL, nobody's seeing you on TV, and nobody really realized who you were, because the NFL does not allow you to take your helmet off unless you're on the sidelines. It is actually a penalty to take your helmet off. So that's one of the things. Yeah, that's one of the things that these guys have to think about when they're going for their contracts, because they know that sponsorship money can be gone like that.
Well, like Marshawn said, take care of your marbles and stack your chicken.
You got to, because if you don't know, you got to put away for the rainy day, because that rainy day could come tomorrow. That's why the life in the NFL, average life in the NFL is 3 years. I thought it was 4, but you don't see many guys make it through to a second contract. And that is also by position. Running backs almost never get that second contract. Wide receivers usually get that second. Quarterbacks usually get that third or fourth.
Yes.
So defensive ends, you'll be lucky to get a second contract. But again, if you get hurt or you're not playing up to that contract, they can cut your ass. Bye. Guess what? All that money that you thought you were going to have coming in ain't coming in no more.
It's a cold world.
Well, I mean,
It
Jerry
is.
Glanville said it best on NFL Films. This is NFL. It stands for not for long.
Not for long. No fun league.
That too. Shit, goddamn. So getting into first group of games this Saturday, the Cincinnati Bengals. I mean, Joe Burrow got hurt, but there's another JB on that team that's actually doing some work. Folsom legend Jake Browning, doing his thing for Cincinnati. Against the Steelers team, who Dub, we've talked about it before, and I'm sure you and Chris have talked about it before. There might be a little bit of trouble in paradise where we might be seeing an entirely new Steelers team. By that being, there may not be Mike Tomlin on the sidelines in the black and yellow anymore.
They're just right. I mean, they're going to Mason Rudolph, which I'm shocked they didn't go to Mason Rudolph last week against the Colts. It was still shocking to see that the Steelers had a 13-0 lead before the Colts scored 30 unanswered. But, I mean, right now, for whatever reason, I don't know what it is, but Cincinnati has rallied since the Joe Burrow injury, and now here they are, 2 games over 500, trying to be back in the thick of the playoff hunt, which is unfortunate for them because their tiebreakers does not favor them. They are still winless in their division, which does not help them for their playoff chances. Now, if they beat the Steelers on Saturday, which I'm picking the Bengals to win because I like what the Folsom Bulldog has done since he's come in and play, and he's showing off that Folsom Bulldog mentality, which of course JP ran in their backyard, and you know what the Folsom Bulldogs are all about,
and are
winning,
still doing right now. They got
winning state
Cincinnati.
championships.
They got Cincinnati right now at -3, and the over under is 37.5.
Well, the home teams are usually -3, so that just tells me that they're going with their norm. Vegas is, but I'll be honest with you, I don't think Tomlin's going anywhere. I
I
think
don't think so either. I don't think the Steelers ownership is gonna.
they're not
They are
ones to
too
make.
deep
They
in their
don't make
tradition.
knee-jerk decisions when it comes to coaches. If they did, Tomlin wouldn't be the third coach since what
54
was it,
years.
the early '70s?
Okay,
So
and I say this all the time on the Muslim Dub show. Okay, I call the Steelers one of the best ran organizations in North American professional sports, along with the San Antonio Fundamentals, because it's sturdiness and stability. Since 1969, when Chuck Noll was hired, so in 1969 to right now, only 3 head coaches, and they did not get fired; they retired on their own merit. Chuck Noll from
exactly.
69 to 91, Cowher from 92 to 2006, Tomlin since 2007.
I don't
And
think
people,
Tomlin. Here's the bottom line. I don't think Tomlin's going anywhere. I think that they're going to allow him to rebuild this team in his image. I think that they are short a quarterback.
correct.
I don't know that the quarterback that they chose is the right way to go. We don't know yet. It was
Talk
only
about
a
a
second
knee-jerk
year, and then he
decision. I
was
think
out
that one was it
injured.
right there.
I think that if I had to make a decision with Pittsburgh, I think that I would want to see what because Tomlin's been able to pull these teams together. They always you always look at a Steeler team and say, oh, they're not going to be able to do it this year at the beginning of the season, and then by midseason you're going, well, okay, shit, they have a chance, but injuries happen, and I think that in this situation, injuries overtook the Steelers team. So therefore, I look for them to be a better team next year. In this game, I would pick Cincinnati as well. I think Cincinnati's rallying around their quarterback a little bit more. The only thing that scares me is being without Jamar Chase for this game.
Yeah.
That is a scary position to be in. But I think
Higgins
that
woke up. They'll be okay.
yeah, but I think this is a
did.
situation. This is a situation where I think that Cincinnati, being at home, is going to be able to run the ball. And I'm not saying they're going to run it down the Steelers' throat by any stretch, but they're going to run it enough to make a difference.
It's going to be a pretty tough game for Cincinnati, especially being in Pittsburgh. And again, Tomlin, I do think he is a really good coach. I don't necessarily like the head coach GM moniker.
I never have either.
I don't. I think
it takes away from one.
For
It always
Tomlin to
takes away.
kind of because and this is the only reason why I'm even getting a sniff of what's even being said out in Pittsburgh. I've said it on the show before. I listened to other people. I've heard Mark Madden, who's been out there in
Mr.
Pittsburgh.
Mr.
He's
Pittsburgh.
very harsh on the Steelers, as you can imagine that he is.
That's
But
him.
at least from everybody else that he talks to, the sense right now is for him to save his job, he needs to let go of the GM roles, stay as the head coach, and let them find another GM. Because it's never been a really great mixture and look what's happening in New England right now. Bill Belichick's probably not going to be the head coach of the New England Patriots next year because when he took that GM head coach role and then Tom Brady left, when a head coach
that's a
takes
whole nother
on both
story.
roles of a head coach and a GM at the same time, it historically it never really works out.
Well, one's going to suffer, and which one's going to suffer? And 9 times out of 10, it's the coaching part that suffers. I mean, same thing happened to Bill Walsh in the mid '80s. ADD made him the coach and GM, and after Super Bowl 19, it was disastrous. And then they gave the reins to Carmen Policy, and Bill Walsh can focus on being the head coach and being the genius again.
But I think you guys are looking at this a little bit different too, because I think that the situation in with the Patriots is a situation that probably get bashed for this, and I really don't care. But in my mind,
the 2:36 mark. Okay, I know which mark to clip to put this out. Go ahead.
definite. I think that in this case, what you're talking about with Belichick is a completely different situation, because I've never known Belichick to be any better than a 500 coach without Tom Brady. And if you sit there and you look at Belichick, and when he was with other teams, he was always nothing more than a 500 coach. And now without Tom Brady, now he's a below 500 coach. So
he's always been below 500 when Tom
Exactly.
Brady has not been his quarterback, because
So-
he was 36-44 with the Browns when
Yep.
Art Modell kicked into the curb.
So did Bill Belichick Trent Dilfer his way into being the greatest coach of all time?
Yes.
Pretty
Or
much.
being considered the greatest
Pretty
coach of all
much.
time?
Yeah. He found himself, and the biggest piece about this,
Tom
and
Brady
this can be
left and
on
Scooby-Doo
another
pulled off
show.
the mask.
This
The
can be on
Patriot
another
way
show.
happened because of Tom Brady. Tom
Yeah.
Brady is the Patriot way.
Yes, this can be another show. Tom Brady is the absolute best system quarterback ever in the NFL. And everybody can say, no, that's BS. Look what he did in Tampa Bay. Yes, when he went to Tampa Bay for the first 2 games, it was Lefkowicz's offense. They were horrible. Once they went back to Tom Brady's offense and the things that he knew, guess what happened? You had basically the Patriots South. And that's exactly what happened. Tom Brady is a system quarterback. He was the best system quarterback. He showed it. He proved it as the Patriot way. And when he left, what should have happened was actually he should have stayed and Belichick should have left, because you would have still had a Patriot team that was contending. I'm not saying they would have won more championships. They would have been contending for them.
But here's the thing. But look at Tom's season, his last season in Foxborough.
Tom
in
Brady got Josh
2019.
McDaniels a job as a head coach.
Twice.
And
Well, I
Matt
mean,
Patricia.
Yeah.
And where is he now?
And
Where is he
Charlie
now?
Weiss and Charlie Weiss and Romeo Cannell and Bill O'Brien and the whole nine. But again, you look at the Bill Parcells tree. The only person that has somewhat been successful as a head coach would be the hoodie. Now, you look at the Bill Walsh tree. There's been many successful head coaches, and the branches keep extending off of that tree. I mean,
Well,
we're
the
talking
NFL,
about
the NFL's the way the offense is ran.
yeah.
The foundation is Bill Walsh's West Coast offense.
Yes, the West Coast offense. Yes,
That's just
some
Yeah,
rare.
but you
the
can look at
foundation of the NFL.
look at what's going on right now. How many coaches are in the NFL right now that are off the Bill Walsh's tree?
There's
Top of my head.
extensions of it.
Yes, there are
From
extensions
Bill
of it.
Walsh all the way down to today. Fuck.
Yeah. Andy Reid,
Yes,
Mike McCarthy.
correct. Yes, Kyle,
Yep. Kyle Shanahan.
because his dad was a part of that tree. Yes,
Exactly. And so that's just another extension.
McDaniel's in Miami
I
because
was
he was
about to
under
say by
Kyle.
default that means McDaniels and
Sean McVay.
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 Yeah.
But see,
I mean,
these
go
are
ahead,
all
Chris.
sustainable, right? These are all sustainable. So you understand that these are all branches that have grown organically, utilizing the basis of what Bill Walsh started. And it was interesting because I think one of the best interviews I'd ever seen was a Joe Montana's interview when he went to try out for Bill Walsh. And what Bill Walsh told him, because he said at the beginning of the tryout, he was firing everything as hard as he could into the receivers. And Bill Walsh said, no, I need you to make the ball catchable for anybody. I need you to do it with touch and finesse.
Touch on it.
And what happened when Steve Young came in and when he started to play, because don't forget, Steve Young was drafted by Tampa Bay. He wasn't drafted by San Francisco. So what would Walsh tell him was very simple. I need you to start, because Steve Young wasn't as tall as Joe Montana, so he couldn't see over his offensive line. So what he started to tell him was, I need you to start understanding where your wide receivers are supposed to be. Throw the ball to the spot, not to the wide receiver. And that's what made Steve Young the quarterback that he wound up being. So when you start to understand what these guys are telling players and why the coaching changes, it's the same reason as why you see some of these guys come out in the NFL draft that go to a team, they look horrible. They go to another team and they're a better fit for the scheme. And that's the basis of even what you're talking about when you talk about NFL head coaches.
Knowledge.
So Bill Belichick's a fraud.
Bill Belichick is what?
He's a fraud.
Well, Rex Ryan.
I don't know that I would say a total.
Rex Ryan's been trying to say that in different words for years. Now, again,
for at least 15.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Rex Ryan is also petty about a lot of the shit that took place during his coaching career against Bill Belichick. So that's why people didn't take him as seriously because of those moments.
Well, we can't forget the butt fumble.
That's also true.
Yeah. But
the Sanchez.
But here's the thing, though. And I mean,
no, dirty Sanchez.
But here's
anyway.
the thing, though. And I know some people are gonna be like, "You're just talking." No, but Tom Brady benefited all those years, and let's just call it what it is. He benefited from playing in a very crappy division all those years because the AFC East, for a lot of years, was very, very crappy.
With the Alex Smith argument on it, yeah. I mean, but he's not. You're not lying. Like the AFC.
He's not wrong.
The AFC East during that time was a fucking joke.
Yeah,
like it was just absolutely terrible. The AFC East was what the NFC South is right now.
Mm-hmm.
Essentially, what it was.
But the NFC
terrible
South,
fucking football.
But the NFC South has been that way the last 2 years because once Drew Brees retired, that was the division as a whole just kind of sunk. Because I mean,
parity, my friends, parity.
Yeah.
So you're talking about a 500 team coming out of the NFC South that could possibly be a home team and host a playoff game
with a losing record,
which I think is an absolute joke.
But hey, the Seahawks won a game as a 7-9 division record, and Marshawn Lynch gave us one of the best runs in NFL history during a doggone earthquake. So, stranger things have happened in the wide world of sports.
Yeah, and the earthquake was because of the 12th man.
That too. And Marshawn Lynch throwing Tracy Porter into the ground.
And that was hilarious.
What's funny is if you keep watching that film and keep your eyes on Tracy Porter the whole time, after he gets put to the ground, there are two other opportunities that he could have tried to attempt to tackle, and all he did was jog right behind Marshawn the whole time.
As Chris would say, as he does during our broadcast, business decisions.
You got it.
And looking around like, does anybody see that?
Right.
I'm not really.
Maybe I need to jog a little slower.
He's like, I don't want that smoke again. No, I don't.
Nope.
I don't want to feel that East Oakland power yet again. No, thank you. I'll pass.
That was just terrible. But I mean, yeah, I think I would go at least with this game when it comes back to the Bengals and Steelers. I'd definitely go with the Bengals. Mad Sticks, who you got in this situation? Bengals or Steelers? Are you awake? He looks like he's out. He's been having good time too, just like I have. Mad Sticks.
He is knocked out.
Hey,
he is knocked out.
245. I have it.
You got to show that. You got to show that to him.
Get him up.
Oh yeah, he's out.
Oh, he's Cade.
Oh yeah, he's out. Hey,
Yeah. He is out. I gotta lie. Oh, Mad Sticks.
This is going to be a hard one for him to
45, got
overcome.
that right there. Yep. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's been having a damn good time tonight as well. So good lord. Hey, Mav, if you want to take him off, just have him in the background. Stuff. That's fine.
That is hilarious.
Oh, he's gonna laugh when I'm gonna. If he thinks I'm not gonna put that on, he is mistaken.
Oh, you've got to.
If he doesn't think I'm gonna clip that, you still. Okay, okay, we can put him away. Maverick choosing a little bit of violence this evening. Next one on the list, you got the Bills versus the Chargers. Bills coming off a win last week. Chargers are just wow.
They forgot to get off the bus last weekend.
Wow. When you lose to the Las Vegas Raiders, if you let the Las Vegas Raiders drop 60 points on you, I feel like that's one of those situations your franchise needs to suspension for at least 1 or 2 years.
Man, let me tell you, San Diego. I want to keep calling them San Diego.
They are.
LA
they
quit.
Should just go back to San Diego.
Yeah,
they should go back
quit.
to San Diego.
But they quit last week. They quit.
Oh yeah, they absolutely.
So, the Bills are going to blow them out. Plain and simple.
They got Buffalo at minus 12.5 with the under/over being 43.5.
The over/under should be 50. I think Buffalo drops a 50 burger on their head.
If the Raiders can put up 60, then the Bills could break the record.
I'm just telling you. I wouldn't be surprised if they dropped a 50 burger on their head.
Josh Allen might throw for 400 yards and then run for 150.
My over/under. I'm not going to lie. My over/under for Josh in this game is closer to 600 yards total.
Total yards.
Total yards, running and passing. Who's stopping the offense for the Bills? I don't even think they're going to punt. I don't even think they're going to punt in this game. If Buffalo punts in this game, I'll be surprised.
Okay, so at what point do you think they would take Josh Allen out and just let
Fourth quarter?
So then I don't know if he'd get 600 by the time they pulled him out.
Dude, he's going to have a field day with them.
Just all going to come in the first half. All of it.
Dude, come on. Did you see what the Raiders? Give me the name of the Raiders quarterback.
O'Connell.
Aiden O'Connell.
And how many yards did he have?
About 248.
I thought it was 3 something.
No, he only threw for 248.
Oh, that's right, because he threw for 3 touchdowns, and then the rest was defensive scores too. Forgot about that.
Yeah. I was about to say, I was like, there was a lot of defensive scores this game. So
yes,
and not to mention Jacoby Myers threw a touchdown pass himself.
That's right. I
forgot about that. It's 63 points, but I was looking at the offensive output. Like, are we sure they scored 63 points? And then you look at the defensive output, and you're like, oh, okay.
Well, the defense scored 14 of those 63, so you can say 49 was scored by the offense.
Yeah.
Good God, the Chargers.
Well, I mean, heck, think of it this way. There's a reason why they're putting this game specifically on Peacock.
Yeah. What the hell is with that? It's not even going to be on NFL or any of the NFL affiliates.
No, yeah. Well, Bengals and Steelers, you can catch that on NBC. That's at 1:30.
NBC is Peacock, though.
Yeah, but you can only watch the game specifically if
on Peacock. You can't watch it on NBC.
How do y'all feel about the Thursday night games being on Prime?
It's unique.
specifically to Prime?
It's a streaming platform that Prime decided to pay for.
Yeah.
That basically Amazon said, look, we have a lot of people that are buying into our streaming platform. We want to include sports. NFL, we're willing to give you X. Give us the Thursday night games. And NFL went, okay.
Hence why Al Michaels got paid a lot of money to be bored on Thursday nights.
Exactly.
Ooh, now he's not even announcing.
No, he's not doing the playoff game for NBC because last year he did the Jaguars Chargers comeback win, but supposedly because, and he was not wrong for making this comment, because he didn't comment on the whole Taylor Swift thing. I guess that some say that's the reason why he's not going to be doing a playoff game.
Al Michaels is all of us. I've been trying to avoid any type of. It's just all I see. Like they're making it seem like Taylor Swift is the reason why the Chiefs are winning. Like what? And then when they're losing, it's the same thing. Oh, Travis Kelce, look at it. They're starting to compare the whole Jessica Simpson and Tony Romo bullshit again. They're just trying.
Whatever they can do for ratings.
Well, like Al Michaels said, I'm not here to talk about a sideshow. I'm here to talk about a game.
And he wasn't wrong.
And he's not wrong. Like,
nope.
I don't believe so either.
Yes, I get it. Al doesn't have the chemistry that he with Herbstreit like he did with Madden and Deerdorf and all the guys he's worked with, mainly because Herbstreit is a college guy, for lack of a better term. So,
but Herbstreit knows the game. I mean, he played quarterback. He knows the game. There's, I don't think that's necessarily the reason or the rationale. I think that it's more of the fact of, you're not carrying the moniker, or you're not doing what we want you to do, as a, those major 3 letters, ABC, NBC, CBS. Mm-hmm. So, or the 4 letters in ESPN and Fox. So, if you're not doing what they want you to do, they're going to punish you one way or another. And I think that even goes down because, I mean, I don't know if you guys have heard, but supposedly they're talking about Romo having somebody else in the booth with him next year. Why? Why would they do that? Doesn't make sense to me.
Okay. Unless you're putting Charles Davis with Jim Nance, which would be the only reason for me that you get rid of Romo, because I love Charles Davis, have for years. Charles Davis is very good. I love him and Ian Eagle together. I can listen to Charles Davis talk football all day, like I can listen to Andre Ward talk boxing all day. If you put Charles Davis with Jim Nance, I would understand that rational. But the rapport between Nance and Romo has worked all this time that they've been together. Oh, he's awake.
He woke up.
Hey.
He's awake.
He's back from the nap.
You're on mute, bro. You're on mute.
Hey, I'm telling you right now, I'm just going to let you know. Tomorrow morning, there's going to be a clip on the social medias that's going to have everybody laughing. I'm just telling you.
I'll take a nap wherever we on the show. I'll take a nap. You start getting old. You gotta, get one in. You gotta get a snooze in every now and then.
Mad Sticks, you're not wrong, bro. You are not wrong. You are not wrong.
Hey, I won't lie to you, man. I was thinking about doing that in the booth on Sunday. So,
I mean, you guys out there, what, like 9-10 hours?
12. No, 11.
Pre-game,
11 hours.
Post game, everything. 12
yeah.
hours?
So no. It's right at because we usually get there about 11, and we're usually gone by 10. So it's about a 11-hour day.
But like I said, broadcasting should not be this fun. It really shouldn't.
No.
I had to look at it real quick. I was like, let's see, is he awake? Did he get his quick nap in? He's good to go, ready?
I try to lean back and try to turn to the head to the side so can't nobody see. Act like I'm looking at TV or something. But
no, you were in 4K. This sounds like you were behind the background, nothing. You were all. And
you were not.
Maverick, I love what Maverick did. He just
You were knocked the you know what out.
Oh, you just brought it up. Before we get into the Sunday group of games, take a real quick message from our friends over at Mountain Mike's.
To us, pizza the way it ought to be isn't just our slogan. It's our promise and our passion to give you the best dining experience and the best tasting pizza you expect. For over 40 years, we've been making pizza the way it ought to be. Handmade with the freshest and finest ingredients. Our dough is made fresh daily, and we use 100% whole California milk mozzarella cheese and toppings edge to edge. There's pizza, and then there's Mountain Mike's Pizza. Pizza the way it ought to be.
Flamingo.
I still say it's the.
Damn, I got to work on my timing.
I still say, or maybe not on the planet, because I feel people in the Northeast and would probably smack me for saying that Mountain Mike's is the best pizza around. But at least around here,
No, Mountain Mike's is crack, straight up crack.
Damn.
Wow.
Me and Messick were talking about that last show too. You said Mountain Mike's and Round Table are the two.
Yes,
the two go-tos.
Thank God there's a Round Table out here in Vegas.
Old school pizzeria. Had that tonight.
Now, you know what I like when I was in Vegas not that long ago? Pizza Rock.
Oh, Pizza Rock ain't bad.
Yeah, Pizza Rock. Yeah, Pizza Rock was pretty
downtown. It ain't bad.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, like all the food spots out there. I'm trying to go out there and see what y'all got out there in Vegas.
Man, if you want a good steakhouse, I got you.
Oh,
the best.
Those are the words I like
Best
to hear
steakhouse
right
in Vegas, man.
That Primal. Oh,
Primal is hands down. Hands down.
I heard Wu-Tang coming to residency out there.
Yes, they are.
Yeah,
yes, they are.
You know, everybody coming to see Jodeci.
Now,
Wu-Tang?
Wu-Tang.
Is gonna
have a residency.
Yep.
Las Vegas.
Yes.
Yep.
The clan, the Wu-Tang is coming out here. Now, while we're promoting food here, Mr. Hughes stopped by the other side of the ball and brought some very good Southern kitchen stuff. So, shout out to Dipping Soul on Main Street. If you
809.
If you love oxtails and catfish and jumbo
I heard that
prawns,
on the show. He was talking about it. I was like, oh.
Their red beans and rice is straight fire. Oh my God. So
not spicy enough for me, but then again, I'm Caribbean, so I like my stuff a little bit different. But
shout out to Mr. Hughes, Mr. Lee. If you come out here to Vegas, please go support Drippin' Soul on Main Street.
Yes.
They're rubbing into the game. Uncle Rico and the Indianapolis Colts taking on Bijan Robinson and the Atlanta Falcons. Atlanta.
Who's home team?
It is in Atlanta.
It is in Atlanta, Georgia.
They got Vegas has the line at Atlanta -2.5 with the over/under at 45.5.
And Tyler Heineke is back starting a quarterback for the Falcons.
I like Taylor Heineke.
So do I.
I like Heineken. I thought he.
The only bad part about that is he likes throwing the ball to the other team.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But here's my problem with the Atlanta Falcons. As Dion likes to say, they keep breaking my heart, and they keep breaking my heart because dadgummit, let Bevo run. Let number 7 run the doggone football. Please.
Why? He's their best receiver.
He's their best everything.
Yes.
Yeah.
I told people this is what this kid was going to be, and Atlanta just
have not.
Here's the only
Georgia for putting somebody from Texas down. Fucking A.
Here's the only thing that I have. The only problem I have with Bijan where he's at. They're going to run that poor kid into the ground before he ever has a chance to really sprout.
You're not
so.
Wrong.
I'm gonna pick. I'll just leave it at this and say I'm gonna pick Indianapolis.
Horseshoe.
I like Uncle Rico. I think is Taylor playing?
Yes.
As far as I know,
Taylor's
yes,
playing. Is Michael Pittman Jr. playing?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, he is.
Even after that shot he took, he's playing.
Yes.
He is scheduled to play. Yes.
He passed concussion protocol.
tough fucking human being right there. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I got the Colts. I
Yep.
got the Colts in this one. Matt Sticks, who you got for this one?
I got the Colts.
Full sweep, full sweep. Let's see the Seahawks and the Titans. Oh Lord,
Gino's back.
Gino's back and playing.
Yep.
They got the Seahawks at -3.5, over under at 41.5.
Well,
In
realistically
Tennessee.
speaking, what's that?
They're in Nashville.
Yeah, I am picking Seattle. I think the biggest problem that the Titans are going to have is covering a little guy with the number 14 on his chest,
Well, he ain't so
and
little.
Gino going to him early and often.
He said little. I was like, nope. That is a gigantic
Tyler
human being.
Lockett.
But if the
Jackson
Titans
Smith
just
and
do what the
Jigba's not.
49ers did, everybody just took a page out of what the 49ers did. Just get in his head. He's cool. We're good. We're good. You'll disrupt the entire receiving core you get into his head.
I don't think you're going to be able to do that.
Well, Tennessee, maybe not. If they had Cortland Finnegan on their team, they might, but that's not the case this time. Definitely not the case this time. But with this one, even though, because see, the Titans are my mom's team.
Wow, you going the mom route before you choosing this one?
But this is the thing. I have gone against her team more times than ever, and I still get flack from people for what I said about Will Levis.
Mr. Mayo in the coffee.
Yeah, my mom she's like, "Oh, he said that was a joke." I'm like, "Oh yeah, okay, he said that was a joke."
I missed that. What did he say?
I mean, apparently he said he was joking around when he said he puts mayonnaise in his coffee, even though on film he is like squirt bottle full of mayo into
Dude has a mayo endorsement deal. He has a mayonnaise endorsement deal.
With who? Best Foods?
This is probably the widest you can get by doing that.
Right?
No, I think it's Duke's mayo he's got to deal with.
No, man. No. No.
But so like the people started coming.
Yeah, man, I
and
said
giving
light
me shit.
mayo. Anyway,
people started giving me shit because Sauce Gardner had put a tweet out saying that, about Will Levis, because this was when he dropped into the second round. He, basically the only one left in the room, like Will Smith in the house just looking around. Nobody's around with me at the end of the first round.
Oh, so like Aaron Rodgers. Gotcha.
So it just sits there. We're not comparing him to Aaron Rodgers. That's what we're not gonna do.
Not yet.
So he said, "Hey, God has greatness for you planned, and everything else you like." And I put in that. Now look, and I told Matt Six this. This is either going to blow up in my face entirely, or it's going to be proven right. And I said, "What if?" And this is going to sound fucked up. But God didn't mean for him to be great in that sense. Just saying. Whole season he's been in, he's had what? 2 good games? One of them being the comeback that it was. Obviously, it was impressive. I gave him credit for that. I even said that. But I find it hilarious how people are very selective on when they come after me when I talk about this. He has 1 good game, and people are like, "Oh, this take it's not aging well." 2 games of doing nothing, crickets. He has this game coming back. Oh, look what's going on. What happened after that? Peter Griffin, fucking on the ground. Just like 2 games does not tell me that you're going to be the guy. 2 games doesn't even tell me you're elite. Just ask Matt Flynn. That 1 or 2 games throughout the season doesn't tell me that you're going to be a good quarterback, especially the rest of the product after those 2 games has been mediocre at best. So
He's still a
where
rookie.
have I been? Y'all can come at me all you want, but where have I been wrong so far?
He's still a rookie. He's going to have
understand
his
that.
ups and downs. He's not going to be consistent.
I understand that, but again, just from what I've seen, I don't see him being this, up in the upper echelon top 5 quarterback type of guy. He's not that type of guy.
Wait till you get to Phil, to us talking about Philly. And no. And trust me when I say, when I give a breakdown of Philly, you'll understand where I'm coming from. And no, it isn't going to be bashing Philly. It's going to be a real take about Philly and what I've seen, because what I've seen from last year to this year, when I tell you what I'm going to say, you guys will 100%, if you go back and look at the games, you'll agree with me.
So are we all in agreement of the Seahawks here?
Yep.
Yeah.
The Seahawks Titans?
Yeah.
Yep.
Across the board.
I'm seeing a big day from Kenneth Walker III. I really am.
Then next one on this, the Detroit Lions taking on the Minnesota Vikings in Minneapolis. They got Detroit at -3 with the over-under at 47.5.
Wait, they got who -3?
Detroit -3.
Wow. So that's a 6-point swing, and I would go with Detroit. I'm going to go with Detroit. Because my question is, who the hell is playing quarterback from Minnesota?
Nick Mullins.
Oh God.
Great Nick Mullins.
Give me Detroit.
Raider killer Nick Mullins.
Yeah, 3-0. Really killed him.
Mostly for what he did as a 49er against the Raiders or whatever.
I'm pretty sure there's people being wheeled out of that game because they were still asleep.
Oh, just terrible, terrible football being played this year.
Yes.
I think not Lions for sure. Over the Vikings. Mad Six, who you got?
I'm going Minnesota.
Wow. Can we get a howl for a lone wolf in case Dub doesn't pick Minnesota? Lone wolf in it.
That's got to be the only reason why. It's like I got to be the opposing opinion in this one because I don't know the explanation.
I don't either.
Justin Jefferson's out, right?
Even if he's there, who's throwing him the ball?
Nick Mullins.
Sometimes
again, who's throwing him the ball?
If he's not throwing it to the other team.
Exactly.
It's any given Sunday. Sometimes, you got to root for the underdog. The underdog won't let you down sometimes.
Man, when it's +3 going to the visiting team, come on, man. Dub?
You're fucking trolling, man.
I've been on the Lions bandwagon all year. I'm sticking with the Lions.
I'm looking at this game going, there's no but you know what? I'm laughing because if the Vikings fucking win, I'm gonna start dying. I'm gonna be on the floor just cracking up.
I will be too.
Too funny for me.
Well, I'll say this: if the Lions win on Sunday, they more than likely clinch their first division title since the 1993 old NFC Central.
And it would be different if the Lions had nothing to play for. They have something to play for. So I really think they're going to win this game.
I like Dan Campbell. I like what he's doing.
Yes.
I like what he's doing with that team. So I fully agree, but I feel like Mad Sticks knows something that we don't. And he's making it like he's got that sneaky ass grin on his face right now that tells me He's got information we are unaware of.
No, he ain't got
I'm
no
grabbing
information.
it out
It's
my
a
head every
dream
time I
that he
say
was having just a little bit ago.
it. I know, right?
No, I just think he wants to hear that. I think he wants to hear that annoying Vikings horn after every Vikings first down. I think that's what it is.
You think it's what?
I think it's because he wants to hear that annoying ass Viking horn after every Vikings first down. I think that's what it is.
God.
Damn, after every first down they do the horn?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's going to be so let's preface this. That's going to be 4 times in this game. You'll hear the horn.
Oh my goodness gracious. That's just wow.
I know I'm horrible.
No, but that's like the fact that they even do that after first downs. It's just like you want nobody to be able to hear shit when they leave the stadium. You want
Pretty much.
everyone to be deaf as fuck when we like, huh? What? That
No. It's because they're passing out. They we're up in Minnesota. It's cold, so they're passing out those little throat lozenges, the Ricola.
Ricola. Ricola.
The Washington Commanders taking on the East Rutherford Jets.
Commanders. Because Wilson's still in concussion protocol.
They still got the Jets at -3.
Even with Trevor Simeon starting, seriously?
Yeah.
The over/under is 37.5.
Yeah, they'll be lucky if they get to 27.5. Both teams.
This is going to be an ugly ass game.
Uh-huh. Yes, sir.
It's going to be a disgusting ass game. This is what I mean. There's been way too many of these types of games throughout the season. And maybe it's been because there have been a ton of fucking injuries going down on.
You know what?
teams this
I
season.
can't remember the last time I've seen so many major players go down with season-ending injuries.
That's 6. Tell them why. What's the reason why?
This is
Tell
all
them
these
the reason
damn.
why.
What my theory is, all these damn vegan diets. They need to eat some meat and protein. Their bones is brittle these days.
Got the meat and the get the meat and potatoes.
Meat and potatoes.
Damn. Meat deficiency?
Did you say steak?
All these crazy nutrition diet, vegan and vegetarian diet. Yep, that's what's doing it.
Got it. I'll make sure to continue to eat beef.
That and the field turf.
Yeah.
That's too funny because if you actually kind of think about it, that might actually be the case.
I have the Landover Commanders. I just got the Commanders winning.
Who would have thought that they were being sued to bring back the Redskins name?
It's insane.
Craziness. Craziness.
Because they were tired of hearing hail
again.
to the Commanders.
When we warped into this world, now we're talking about the Detroit Lions being contenders and the Washington football team being sued to get the Redskins name back reinstated.
Yes.
By the people that they thought they were offending.
Yes. Welcome to woke America.
Yep.
Chris, Quan is clowning you again.
Quan's always clowning me. What's new? And Quan's the biggest clown around. What's new?
Oh.
What Quan say now?
He's talking about your flag.
Dude, hey, you know what's great about being a Cowboys fan?
Sitting
You know what's great about being
from the camera. That's why he's smaller, Quan.
But you know what's fun about being a Cowboys fan? Living rent free in all the haters' heads.
He said, "Did I fall into Rick Moranis' machine?"
I said living rent free in all the haters' heads. They talk more about the Cowboys than they do their own teams.
You realize they talk about the Cowboys is because it's the Cowboys who initiate the talk.
Nah, bullshit.
No.
Bullshit.
Y'all are always the ones
You
who come
sound like
out
a
talking
Niner
about
fan
this
right
every
now.
fucking year, and everybody's shutting you down, and now we're haters for shutting it down.
Nah.
All right.
Y'all talk more shit than anybody I know.
Yeah, so say can't even say anything about the 49ers. At least I've been realistic about my team. Fuck. I'm the only one who's been realistic about my team.
Yeah, okay.
What's it? Did you pick your beloved Jets, Matt Six?
Of course.
Yeah. We haven't told you why he became a Jets fan, huh? He's actually technically not a Cowboys fan anymore. So where this whole excitement for the Cowboys being good is, I don't know where this is coming from, because he specifically said, "Fuck this team, I'm out. I am a Jets fan." I believe that's verbatim what he said.
Pick a bottom of the barrel team. I said the Cowboys are pissing me off, so instead of jumping on the bandwagon, I'm gonna pick a bottom of the barrel team. Can't nobody film jumping on the bandwagon. So when they start doing good, I had already.
What's funny is you actually got the experience of a Jets fan. They started doing good. You got somebody who you thought was going to take you to the promised land, and then boom, hopes and dreams gone.
By the way, have you ever seen the Kermit the Frog, where he's sipping on his tea, saying that's somebody else's problem? You've seen that, right? You've seen that. Let me hook you up.
Hello, this is Kermit the Frog here reporting for Sesame Street News. And no, I did not cook
That's somebody else's problem.
But Miss Piggy is fine. She's waiting for me.
And by the way, can y'all help me out? Help me out with something that I don't understand. Why does Mahomes sound like Kermit the Frog?
How does he?
Now that I've said it, you'll never hear anything else. Whenever he talks, he sounds like friggin' Kermit the Frog.
He says he sounds like Kermit the Frog here for Sesame Street News.
It's
and
a little.
Like steak on my, and I like ketchup on my steak. Yay!
Listen to him talk. Listen to him talk. If somebody could put
a person, and it's kind of like,
if somebody could put up a clip of him in any kind of when he's with the media, just listen to him talk. He talks like Kermit the Frog, 100%.
Yeah.
Now you sound like.
Don't do it.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Don't do it.
Don't do it. What's the next pick?
I was gonna say he's almost on the Lilo and Stitch side right there at that point. The Packers and the Panthers. I think this one's pretty.
I think we could all say the Packers.
Cheese.
Fudge Packers.
Cheese.
The Green Bay at -4.
Cheese.
So that's 7 to Vegas. So Fudge Packers.
37.5 in Carolina. Yeah.
Good. Fudge Packers might score that by themselves.
I wonder if those tickets will be 45 cents as they were last week against the Falcons. 45 cents to go to football to go to an NFL game. 45 cents.
Damn, I've still never been to an NFL game.
Don't want to go all the way to Carolina and to have to experience it.
That cost me a little bit more than 45 cents.
Flights and all, yeah. But I think it'll kind of make up for it. You're essentially getting the tickets for free, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the cost of air flight.
Anywhere else, they're like $500, $600 tickets, so.
That's what it cost me just to fly there. $500 to $600. Then I need a hotel room.
Yes.
So
perhaps a car rental.
Yes. It wouldn't be worth it.
Not in Charlotte, North Carolina. and that's no. I think it's
So,
Packers
no,
protects
over
the
this
liberal.
shoulder, over this shoulder, you might see the little blonde ponytail. That's my wife.
Hello. Late congratulations on the anniversary and everything from you guys. Congratulations on that.
Do you hear him? You say congratulations on the anniversary.
Yes. And thank you for the card again, Miss Tammy.
You're welcome.
She said you're welcome.
I heard her.
And my daughter, my youngest, said I drew on it.
Yep.
Show off those talents, baby girl.
And she's got many of them. Baking is one of her talents.
We've got the Cleveland Browns and the Houston Texans.
Cleveland. Cleveland, CJ Stroud still under concussion protocol, will not play on Sunday.
Yeah, he's still out. Will Anderson's out. Blake Cashman is out. Denzel Perryman is questionable. And Nico Collins is questionable. Dog pound.
So I will take Cleveland.
It's Case Keenum for the Texans?
He's starting for the Texans, yes.
Case Keenum or Joe Flacco?
Yes.
2 bowls of shit. The only difference is the smell. Which one you want?
The one that stinks the least.
Okay, so which one are you determining?
Okay, the better defense?
The Browns.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm going with the Browns. I'm going with the Browns staying.
I think I'm gonna go with Houston on this one.
I tried. I just can't.
Because they still pulled out a win last week with Case Keenum.
They did. And I know
that they did.
I know D'Amico Ryans will have that team ready to play. It's just, can Case Keenum pull the 2017 Minnesota Vikings?
I don't think he'll have to. I think the Houston defense and the run game will be enough.
I don't think it will. And you're also talking about a Cleveland Browns that lean to the run game. And you're also talking about a Cleveland Browns team that plays very good defense that doesn't really have a weakness in their defense like, in my eyes, Houston does. Houston's run defense can be had. It was the Yeti.
But I feel like Matt Six said before, this is one of those in my head that any given Sunday type of moment going, I think Browns, yes, given the fact they do have a good defense, even with good defenses, when they're on the field for too long because the offense can't do shit, they start to crumble.
So let me ask you, if you're going to go that route, what offense or what team has more to play for? Because that's truly what it's going to come down to. Heart. What team has more to play for? What team is in a more precarious position going into this weekend as far as the playoffs are concerned?
Houston.
Really?
I would say Houston because if they can, if CJ Stroud can't play this week, but if he can come back next week, if they can escape 2 weeks of not having their starting quarterback who was leading the league in passing yards before he went out, I think you're sitting in a good position to be making the playoffs and obviously proving a lot of the people who said that Houston Texans weren't going to be shit this entire year, even drafting CJ Stroud. Nobody thought they were going to be in this position. So if they come away with the win, that's huge. 2-0 without your starter. Now he's back. You're riding all this momentum going into it. I think Houston's got big time. Like, I think way more to lose than the Browns do at this point.
And that's why the Browns are going to win. They're playing looser. They don't have more to lose. They can go in and just let it loose.
And they're playing in Houston, though. That's why it also gives me a little boost of confidence on playing at home. They're 5-2 at home, and the Browns are 2-4 away.
Okay, we'll see.
That sits a little bit better with me.
Okay, we'll see.
Kay's not here to defend himself, but his beloved Tampa Bay Buccaneers taking on the Jacksonville Jaguars. In Tampa, Tampa Bay is favored at minus 1.5. Damn. And the over-under is 42.5.
Well, the only problem is Lawrence is not past concussion protocol, and they don't know if he's playing in this game.
Oh, that means
So,
CJ Beathard.
So I'm going to go with Tampa Bay
No
in this game.
awareness, Beathard.
I'm going with Tampa Bay in this game.
But if Trevor Lawrence plays,
he's got to pass concussion protocol tomorrow if he's going to play. They don't leave it till Sunday. He's got to pass it tomorrow. He's been practicing all week, and they said he's not been able to pass concussion protocol, which means there's a good chance he is not playing in this game.
And then let's see who. CJ Beathard, Baker Mayfield.
I'll take Baker.
If Baker played the way like he did last week against Green Bay, I like Tampa's chances.
Yep. And they're playing at home,
which they're 3-3 at home.
Yep.
Jaguars are 5-1 away.
And that's okay. They're going to be 5-2 after
with Trevor
after
Lawrence
Sunday.
out. It definitely. Every bit of me right now wants to just say fuck it and pick Jacksonville. Just so I know that Kay is going to be upset with me on for sure 100%. Because I he would laugh and just want to tear it the fuck apart.
And you know what I'm going to say? If you pick Jacksonville, go ahead, pick first. Go ahead. Kid.
Man, fucking Bucks.
Damn it. Damn it.
Damn it. I was like, I hate to do it, but fuck.
So I was going to look at you and go, sucker.
Yeah. This situation for real, especially if Trevor Lawrence isn't playing, I think it's pretty obvious. But for some reason, there's a part of me right now that knows that the man in the camera below me is petty enough to make a certain decision. So, Mad Sticks, who are you?
I'm gonna go with the Bucks on that one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay. So wait. Hold on. Dub?
Yes. I said
Bucks. No, it's not a yes. Which one are you going with?
No, I said Buccaneers.
Oh, okay. So we got okay, all four of us, Buccaneers. Okay.
Got the Bucks on that one. The talk about a shit show in the toilet bowl. Arizona Cardinals and the Chicago Bears.
Do we have to pick?
Where are they playing?
They're in Chicago.
Chicago.
They got Chicago at -4.
Chicago.
Over under 42.5.
The Bears.
The Bears.
Yeah, the Cardinals are bad on the road.
Chicago Bears.
Mad Sticks?
Ooh. That's one of them games you don't even care about, but ooh.
That's why I said, do we have to pick?
Yeah, it's one of them ones that y'all just go with I'm just gonna go with the Cardinals. I'm gonna go
grab a coin and flip it.
The Cardinals. All right. Well, I still like Justin Fields.
I'm glad one of us does.
I don't think a lot of what's going on in Chicago is all his fault.
Agreed.
I'll agree with that.
But
Here comes the rabbit ears.
if
you
they
can't see
lose
them.
to the Cardinals,
I see him. I see a thing from the Adams family.
Yes.
I'm all out. If he loses to the Cardinals, I'm all out. I can't. I'm no longer on the bandwagon. I'll eat my own words of or what I thought he was going to be before. That's fine.
You know what I love? I love the fact of people saying that a quarterback loses to another team. He don't play defense.
Well, if that's what I'm saying. If he particularly plays bad, and you can pretty much connect the
Okay,
loss
I
to
can
his play,
understand that one. But
yeah.
when people say, "Oh, so and so lost to another team," it's like, dude, no, the team lost.
But if he goes and throws 4 picks, less than 150 yards,
Chicago hasn't been bad at home. They haven't been great, but they haven't been bad at home.
and they're playing a very shitty Cardinals team, so I agree they should win this game. But that's why
Agreed.
I'm saying if he goes and has a terrible game and it results in a loss, then
Dude, I agree with you.
I'm
I
out.
agree with you. Agree with you. 1,000%.
I know at least where 2 of the votes are going to come with this one, but the Dallas Cowboys taking on the Miami Dolphins in Miami. The line has Miami at -2 with the over under at 49.5. Cowboys 3-4 on the road, with the Dolphins being 6-1 at home. Is Tyreek playing?
Yes.
He's having another kid.
He's playing, but he's not 100%.
Even an 80% Tyreek Hill is better than the DBs that the Cowboys have.
Really? You
I
think an 80% Tyreek is better than friggin' a guy that was defensive player of the year? Okay. Cool.
Yep.
So you're obviously going Miami. Dub?
Yep.
I think the Cowboys will play better. They will bounce back and play
It's a bounce
well.
back game for Miami too. That's why I figured, especially at home, they're going to want to prove a point.
I will give you this. And this is my take on this game, even as a Cowboys fan, and I'll be very upfront and straight. Cowboys have not lost 2 games in a row this season, period. So the question mark is, what Cowboy team is going to show up? And you're dealing with a Cowboy team that is upset and pissed off. So are we dealing with a team that is going to show their weaknesses, or are we dealing with a team that can do to Tua what he doesn't like have done to him, which is put pressure on him? He does not like pressure. So the question mark is, when we break down this game, we can all sit here and say the same thing, which is, yes, Tyreek can burn anybody's secondary. I don't care who you are. He can burn anybody's secondary. But you also got to look at it with the same eyes that have been talked about throughout the season with the Cowboys and with Miami. Both teams struggle with teams that are over 500. We've all heard it. We've all said it. But the question mark is, what team can put the pressure on the quarterback? We both can agree, sitting here right now, the team that can put the most pressure on the quarterback is going to be the Dallas Cowboys over Miami. So right now, not being a Cowboys fan, but rather just being an analyst and looking at the situation, I have to go with the Cowboys because I think they're the better defense. I think that Dallas can keep up with Miami on the offensive side of the ball, but the question mark becomes who can put the most pressure on the quarterback, and I have to go with Dallas.
That sticks.
Yep, I'm gonna go with Dallas on this one. I think Tua finna be throwing up some gang signs again. Like you say, he don't like that pressure. He gonna get hit and be out there,
He said he's damn. He's throwing
All
up
the
the
language
gang
again.
sign, dude.
Being that
That's when his
Whoa.
ass is unconscious.
be up there, looking like
He went
handyman from
ruthless on him. Damn.
Is
Oh,
Ramsey not is Ramsey not playing in this game?
Dude, Ramsey playing in this game does not matter, and I'll tell you why. Ramsey played with the LA Rams when CeeDee Lamb had a field day with his ass.
Hence why I was asking.
Jalen Ramsey needs to give Aaron Donald part of that Super Bowl check that they got, because had it not been for Aaron Donald, the highlight play would have been Jalen Ramsey getting absolutely toasted face first
And
in the fucking
roasted.
turf with Chase wide the fuck open downfield,
Yep.
because that's exactly where it was going.
Double moves kill Ramsey, and CeeDee Lamb is a master of double moves. So the only thing that I say, and if you watch the Buffalo game, and I beg all three of you to watch the Buffalo game again, when Dallas lost to that game, the biggest difference you'll see in that game compared to the rest of the Dallas games, and the reason why I think Dallas loses on the road, they stop motion. Their biggest thing when they lost to San Francisco and after they lost to San Francisco, they started motioning 69% of the time. On the road, that drops all the way down to 17. So you've got to ask yourself the question, why aren't they motioning when they're playing teams on the road? And everybody will say, well, it's because cadence has to change, because you have to go to a cadence that is silent. Bullshit. And that's what's costing the Cowboys. So if they are able and willing to start motioning to bring on those to start motioning into plays that favor them, you'll see them start to win on the road.
We gotta do it. Easier said than done.
Well,
True.
Dub, did you pick Dub?
I did not, and it's a tough game for me to pick because both, according to the matchup predictor, it's an even split at 49-49. That's how even I think both these teams are.
Both
I
10
mean,
and 4.
they're only giving Miami -2, which is something to say a lot at home because they prove they can score at home. But I think this game is going to come down to one thing: turnovers. I think whoever turns the ball over the least will win this game.
Tua's prone for it.
Yes, he is. But
10 double digits on the air.
But the 49er in me cannot pick the Cowboys again. So I'm going to pick Miami.
Don't ever do it.
But will not shock me. It will not shock me if the Cowboys do win in Miami. It wouldn't shock me one bit.
Yeah, but it's just bad juju when you pick them, so just don't do it. Patriots and the Broncos for the Sunday night game.
Broncos.
Do we have to pick this one?
No,
Broncos.
not really.
The John Elways.
Monday night, we got a triple header. The Las Vegas Raiders taking on the Kansas City Chiefs in Kansas City.
Kansas City.
Chiefs, but it will be close.
You think
I don't
so?
think it's going to be close.
You think it's going to be close?
Nope.
This ain't the same Chiefs offense that's scoring at will. It's not.
It's not, but they're playing at home, Kansas City.
And the Raiders are 1-5 on the road.
Exactly.
Hey, I didn't say the Raiders are going to win. I just said it'll be close. I'm still picking Kansas City.
I think it's going to be a blowout. Matt Six, who you got?
I'm going to go with the Raiders. I think the Raiders are going to shock Kansas City. Kansas City, to me, just ain't the same this year as they've been. So they're real suspect. So they're
They're
suspect.
not. They're not, but I don't think the Raiders can hang with them.
I don't know. They look like a Super Bowl contender.
To be honest, there were a few teams that when you look at it,
Dude,
they shouldn't have been able to hang with the
anybody who
Chiefs, and they've been able
plays
to beat them.
the Chargers right now will look like a
Right.
Super
It
Bowl
look
team.
like a Super Bowl.
So, I mean, I'm going with the Chiefs because again, I would never in my right mind pick the Raiders, Vegas or not. They were still, the Raiders. So, 49er in me ain't gonna let it happen. The Eagles and the Giants in Philadelphia. They got Philly at minus 13.5 with the over under being 43.5. I feel like the two. This is conflicting for two Dallas Cowboys fans because they're two division rivals that you dislike with a passion. So,
Not conflicting for me at all.
I mean, I
They
know
both
it's an easy
Packers.
choice, at least if you had to pick when it comes to playoff ramifications and everything like that. I think I know where you're probably going to go with this. But go ahead.
Where do you think I'm going to go with this?
Well, I think you're going New York.
No, I'm going Philly.
Philly.
Yeah.
Ah.
Philly's going to win at home, but they're going to lose because Philly plays the Giants again in East Rutherford, and they're going to lose that game. So let me go to what I talked about earlier this week with a bunch of Philly fans. The reason why I think Jalen Hurts is struggling is a couple of reasons. First off, Nick Sirianni is not giving him the just due that he deserves, and he is still making play calls from last year that everybody has seen and they've made adjustments to. So, what have we seen in this 3-game losing stretch that they have had? Jalen Hurts has been holding on to the ball more. Why? Because they understand the routes that they're running. Wide receivers have complained about it. Jalen Hurts has said nothing. I think Jalen Hurts, this is just me, I think Jalen Hurts is having a hard time reading defenses. And that's one of the reasons why he is not throwing to wide open receivers like he was last season. We talked about it earlier when we were talking about having game film. And I think that what defenses have done to him is they have disguised a little bit more of what they're doing, and it has hurt him in his reads. And so he's holding on to the ball more, running the ball more, and that's one of the reasons why he's injured. So I think moving forward, unless Sirianni does something drastically different, Philly is going to struggle for the rest of the season. I don't care who they play.
And Deb, Chris, you're about to see the Texas Longhorn a little bit come out of me. But Jalen Hurts might be suffering from a double whammy of bad juju. Going to Alabama first, where if you could name me a quarterback who has had a long, sustained, successful career, that has come out of Alabama in the last 20 years, you let me know. And then he went to
No.
Oklahoma, where same thing.
So what are you
You got
saying?
the
Lincoln
bad
Riley
you got the
ruined him?
bad juju from both ends of the spectrum. So now he's coming in. He showed promise, kind of like Kyler Murray. Showed up, nobody was really ready for him, and then now everybody's ready for him, and they're not doing anything to change it. So,
Well, I will tell you the last Alabama quarterback that had success is in the Hall of Fame, but that goes by the name of Ken Stabler. So I rest my case.
how long ago was that? I said 20 years, right? That was like 30, 40 years ago.
which proves you my point.
Yeah. So, I don't know, just an observation, as we do on this show. Me personally, I look back because I'm making sure that Wife isn't looking at me.
Is she a Philly fan?
It has been fun.
She is, yes.
It has been fun messing with Eagles fans this year.
Or as I like to call them, Spiegels fans.
It has been fun because I remember
Or handyman fans.
right after the butt whooping that we gave them, the 49ers being, the whole argument was, well, we're still in first. This was y'all's Super Bowl, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, we heard the same thing when we whooped that ass the weekend later.
Then they got beat by the Cowboys, and then it's, well, we're still in week later, wild card. So it got real quiet out in Philly, real fucking quick, which I just find hilarious, to be honest with you. But for me, at this point, nothing would make me happier than to see the Giants walking into Lincoln Financial Field and Mr. DeVito, Italian mob himself, goes in and.
By the way, that's Danny. That's Danny, not Tommy. Danny DeVito. Just so you know.
Not the actor, ladies and gentlemen. And his, I swear he's something out of a mob movie. It's him and his agent. Have you seen his agent? Oh
yes.
My god! They should have a pizzeria named after him. That'll just or somewhere like like a pasta joint. That would just put everything.
That's the front. That's the front.
All right.
That's the front for the mob situation. You're gonna lose this game because I told you to.
He's making copyright claims for all these different names, trademarks, and stuff. That's hilarious to me. It's funny because he's making moves like he thinks he's going to still be the starter when Daniel Jones comes back.
Oh, you mean Fred Flintstone? Yeah. Yeah, Fred. He's going to beat out Fred for the starting position.
Oh, you think so?
Hey, Fred.
Even after paying him $40 million a year.
Hey, you know what? We all make mistakes.
$40 million mistakes get you fired.
Yeah, well, guess what?
$40 million mistakes bring in a whole new fucking regime, is what that does.
Yes.
Last time I checked, you didn't ask whether or not we thought that the regime was still going to be there next year.
Oh yeah, no, it's not. But I don't think DeVito is their answer to all their problems.
Oh no,
by any means. It's just fun stories to have when the NFL has not had very proud.
But you know what? The one thing you didn't say, Josh, is this. When you look at the two offenses, okay, we can give the nod to Philly. But when you look at the two defenses, who are you giving the nod to? Because you got to realize Philly's defense is ranked, if I'm not mistaken, last time I checked, they were ranked like 29th.
Not great.
New York's defense was ranked 18th, I believe. So when you look at the two, that is a question. Now, they are playing in Philly, so that means they're going to have the 12th man. And I'm not talking about the and double tell you, I'm not talking about the
sea chickens,
their fans. I'm talking about the friggin' refs. But anyway, the bottom line is
by the refs.
The bottom line is this. When I look at this Philly team, They're not playing inspired football by any stretch.
We broke it in
And
them.
and if there's a chance, if there's an opportunity between San Francisco, Dallas, and Seattle, have all proven one thing about Philly. They can be had if you want to out physical them.
Yes, yes, yes.
And I think that if there's another team that can do that defensively and send a message to them defensively, it is the Giants.
Makes sense. Matt Sticks? You awake for this one? Matt Sticks?
I'm on mute. I'm on mute. I said I'm gonna go with the Giants.
Oh, Giants.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dub?
Eagles.
Eagles. Okay.
Eagles.
And then the final game. Two top teams in their respective conferences. Baltimore Ravens taking on the San Francisco 49ers, or the Santa Clara 49ers, I should say.
Games in San Francisco, though, right?
Yes, it is.
Or, sorry, Santa Clara.
Yes, yes, it is.
I found the date, and I was going through the film and all the other videos that we've done and that I've needed to post it on Spotify and everything. The date I said it was back in September 18th. Show episode number 217, where I told my brother and Kay, and they both proceeded to belly laugh directly into my face when I made this statement. I said, if Brock Purdy continues on the trajectory that he is at, which by that point was what, like 2 or 3 games in, maybe 2 games in by that point, with the QB rating, protecting the ball, everything, that I was like, that, when those numbers are good, the stats normally translate to being very good. And if that continues to happen, Mr. Irrelevant, the last pick in the draft, could be viewed as an MVP candidate. And then the laughter began, and now we're at a point where everybody's still trying to make some sort of excuse on why they are wrong about Brock Purdy, especially all of these talking heads, like Nick Wrong, especially. I don't call him Nick Right because he's never right. He is Nick Wrong forever. It's these types of analysts who, again, their ego is so overinflated that they can't admit that their analysis of these players was 100% fucking wrong. And they will continue to defend their points till the day they die, even though the numbers tell them, and the film for that matter, tells them that they are dead wrong about Brock Purdy. So, with that being said, for those who do not think that Brock Purdy is the truth, just say it. It's okay if you say it. None of what your opinion is based on fact, and you are just a hater. Just say you're a hater, and we can all move on. So that's where it is at this point, because again, you could talk about system quarterback, you can talk about, oh, he has weapons, you can talk about whatever it is you want to bring up. The stats and the numbers don't lie. And you're not going to sit here and penalize a quarterback for having good players on his team. Patrick Mahomes had good players on his team. Aaron Rodgers had good players on his team. All these MVP quarterbacks in the last 10 to 15 years have had good receivers on their team. Why? Because usually the MVP goes to the quarterback that plays on the best team. So you're probably going to have the best receivers, the best tight ends, probably the best linemen on your team. Coaching, everything deals with, he's a system quarterback. Anybody who was in this position, they say it's Kyle Shanahan's quarterback. No other quarterback was putting up these numbers with Kyle Shanahan's numbers or with his offense. No other quarterback was doing this. Not even Jimmy was doing this. Jimmy couldn't even dream of putting up these type of numbers. It's something that, again, everybody was fucking wrong on.
Can I throw a wrench in that?
Before that September 18th video that I put out, I even put a tweet when he got drafted saying, "Watch it fuck around. He's going to be better than Trey Lance, and he's going to be the guy."
Can I throw a wrench into that?
Go ahead.
What happened to him during the 3-game losing streak?
He was missing 2 of his linemen and 1 of his weapons.
Exactly why you can't say MVP.
So you're telling me no other quarterback without their starting left tackle and their starting right guard would struggle with pressure?
No, I'm not telling you that.
That they're gone.
What
No
I'm
other
telling you,
quarterback would deal that.
what I'm telling you is the fact that that's what's going to be viewed. It doesn't matter what I think, but that's what's going to be viewed when it comes to his MVP status. Is he could not do it without two of his biggest pieces.
Starting offensive linemen.
Yes, I'm telling you, this is what's going to be viewed. I'm not trying to be an asshole here. I'm trying to tell you this is what's going to be viewed. When you take away one of the pieces to the puzzle and one of his offensive weapons and one of his offensive linemen, they're going to look at that and go, well, wait a minute. Why are we giving this guy MVP props when he couldn't do it with just 2 players missing? I'm telling you, they're going. This is the type of this is the type of assholes that we deal with in the media that are going to look at this and they're going to say that exact thing. They're going to look at these 2 pieces and say he had a 3-game losing streak where he didn't throw for a whole lot of yards. He threw more interceptions. They're not going to look at it as being his starting left tackle and one of his wide receivers, because they're going to look at it as an MVP should have been able to overcome those situations.
If they can find me
tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong, Dub.
Situation where an MVP quarterback has been able to be successful without 2 starting offensive linemen and a key wide receiver, we may be able to have the conversation.
No, they're going to be able to say that because they're going to say Aaron Rodgers was able to do it without Bakhtiari, which was one of his best offensive linemen, when he won his MVP for 3 games, and he was still able to win. They're going to be able to point to different things that you and I will not agree with
but here's
whatsoever.
The thing, Aaron Rodgers didn't win anything. He didn't. It's not like
Aaron Rodgers won MVP. I hate to admit it to you, but he won MVP without those situations. And the fact of the matter is, when we start to break down the MVP this year, it would not surprise me whatsoever if, and this is just me speaking out of turn, I would not be surprised whatsoever at all to see Tyreek Hill as MVP. Would not be surprised. And I'm not saying that because I don't think that Brock Purdy deserves it. I'm not saying that because I think Dak Prescott doesn't deserve it. I think that in this situation, what they're going to look at is they're going to look at these two players and they're going to say, they're going to punch holes in the situations that you and I agree with. Hey, you know what? Dude was without his left tackle. Dude was without his one of his best players. What does MVP mean? It means that you
Most
overcome those situations and you succeed without those players because you are the most valuable player on your team. So as much as I hate to say it, we can sit here and talk about it at nauseum, but I really believe it's going to take Tyreek Hill falling short of that 2,000-yard mark for him not to be MVP in a situation where the NFL has turned to quarterbacks as their MVPs. I'm sorry. I really don't think in this situation Brock Purdy gets the nod.
Because even with those 3 games, he played tougher opponents and was effective and hasn't lost since.
He also had his most picks in those 3 games. He also had his most sacks in those 3 games, and he also did not, if I'm not mistaken, he also had his lowest scoring and his least points in those 3 games.
But
so that's what they're going to point to.
But you also got to look at it as a realistic thing. The numbers that he's putting up, the numbers that he is doing right now, literally are historical numbers that no other QBs have been able to do.
Historical compared to what?
Compared to guys like Joe Montana and Patrick Mahomes during his MVP season, all these other MVPs that they had put up, he is putting up these numbers that were better than what they did. He's on the verge of breaking Joe Montana's franchise record of the year when he won the MVP.
You're also talking about a situation during Joe Montana's years where it
He
was a
had
much
Jerry Rice
different
during that
game
year.
and also a much different because let's face it, and I'm going to be real about this. Joe Montana put up God numbers during that time. But
who
I
did he
will
have?
also say Joe Montana in today's game would put up numbers and when I say this, I want to be sure that we understand this. Joe Montana in his prime kills Brock Purdy. Because why? Because Joe Montana in his prime compared to Brock Purdy now and what defenses are allowed to
Second year compared to the prime Joe Montana. Okay.
What defenses were allowed to do back in Joe Montana's day, they can't do in today's NFL.
So
that's why you can't compare the two.
What you just said of in Joe Montana's prime, the numbers that they are comparing are the MVP seasons that Hall of Famers and
it doesn't matter. You cannot do defensively. You cannot do defensively in the NFL in today's.
Year when Joe
it doesn't
Montana
matter.
didn't do that until his prime years.
It doesn't matter. You cannot do
just
defensively.
As many, if not Hall of Fame, players at his disposal. John Taylor, Jerry Rice.
Josh, it doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is the game has changed. You cannot look at what Joe Montana did in his day and compare it to what they're doing in today's game.
Patrick Mahomes, then we'll compare it to that.
Then you gotta leave Joe Montana completely out of it, and you can only compare him to Patrick Mahomes because Patrick Mahomes played in today's era where defenders can do what they do to wide receivers. Because back in the day, you can bump a wide receiver all across the field. Today's game, you can only do it for 5 yards. Joe Montana did not play in those days. I'm sorry, but I will not sit here. It doesn't matter. I will not sit here and listen to a Joe Montana comparison with Brock Purdy at all. If you want to compare quarterbacks, then I will listen to what you have to say about about Patrick Mahomes and Brock Purdy. I will not listen to anything when it comes to Joe Montana.
So then even guys like Jerry Rice, who has come out and said he literally reminds him of Joe Montana himself.
Don't care.
We're not going to hear that either.
Don't
the
care.
guy who played with him,
I
the
don't
guy who
care.
saw how
I don't care. I don't care.
Okay. We're just
don't care.
going to ignore the fact that he's matching the numbers in his
Don't care.
year what the
Don't care.
greatest 49er quarterback
Don't
of
care.
all time was doing in year 6, 7, and 8.
1,000% don't care.
I mean, if we're gonna act like that's not impressive and that's not
It's not.
something that
It's
isn't
not.
MVP
Terry
worthy,
Bradshaw.
something that
Terry
should be talked
Bradshaw is
about.
one of the ones that came out during it. Terry Bradshaw is one of the ones that came out and said if he can play in today's NFL, he would put up numbers that were beyond comparison to anybody, and I agree with that. Why?
That
Because
Terry
during
Bradshaw?
back in the day, let me finish. Back in the day, cornerbacks can carry receivers all across the field, holding on to them, bumping them, throwing them down. You cannot do that in today's NFL. During Joe Montana's day, you could carry a wide receiver across the field, and I could bump him, throw him down, do whatever I wanted to him further down the field than you can in today's game.
Chris,
So that is why I cannot compare Joe Montana's numbers with Brock Purdy whatsoever. I can't do it.
So nobody's arguing the difference between back in the day and now. What I'm
But you
saying
just
is
said
people are
you were comparing
penalizing
Joe
him.
Montana's numbers with Brock Purdy's numbers, which I cannot do.
At the end of the day, the stats are still what the stats are, and the whole point of the matter is we're sitting here penalizing somebody for having weapons when all of the MVPs from recent day to in the past have all had fucking weapons.
Okay, then compare him.
We can't sit
to
here and
Mahomes.
penalize him for that. And all of those MVP quarterbacks.
Compare him to Mahomes. Then I will listen to the Mahomes comparisons. I will not listen to the Joe Montana comparisons whatsoever. I think Joe Montana was a better quarterback than Brock Purdy. Period.
I'm trying to make this point.
Okay.
We're trying to sit here and penalize him for having a good coach because of the system, weapons, or whatever. All of these MVP quarterbacks, from now all the way to the end, name me one of those MVP quarterbacks that didn't have weapons and didn't have a good head coach.
Wait, let me get this straight. You're going to wait for me to tell you a quarterback that didn't have weapons around them and a good
that
coach.
won the MVP that didn't have weapons around him and didn't have a good head coach.
That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life.
That's what they're penalizing Brock Purdy for having. It's because he has a good head coach in Kyle Shanahan and he has weapons around him that he's putting up these numbers.
I disagree with you. I disagree with you. I disagree with you 100% on that.
So give me the example.
I already did. Because you compared him to Joe Montana.
But even in that comparison, Joe Montana had weapons and a Hall of Fame head coach.
Again, you compared him. Again, you compared him to Joe Montana.
Okay,
now, if you want to talk about, if you want to talk about, hold on, dude, hold on. If you want to make an argument, let's make an argument that's equal. You're making an argument of the past.
Chris, let's take out Joe Montana completely. Let's compare it to the Aaron Rodgers, the Peyton Manning, the Patrick Mahomes, all those numbers. Still, same argument is made.
Now that makes more sense.
Take out Joe Montana. Since that's the entire reason why this point isn't getting made. Take out Joe Montana and then talk about Peyton Manning, all the MVPs of the recent, Patrick Mahomes, Aaron Rodgers, all of them. They all had
Okay.
good head coaches, and they all
Mhm.
had weapons around them. And we're penalizing him for the same fucking thing. And the only reason why that is because he was the last pick in the draft, and every fucking analyst was wrong about him. That's the only reason why. They're penalizing him for having the same fucking thing that all these other MVPs had. That's the reason. That's the point. We can take out Joe Montana. The
I
point
will.
is this: they are penalizing him for the same reasons that they gave other MVPs credit for.
Okay, can I talk now?
Go ahead.
Okay. So while I agree with you, I also disagree with you because I think that the so-called MVP piece is the fact that you take a player, quarterback, the corner, defensive back, defensive player, anybody, any position, you would be able to say, if I take that player off that team, the team wouldn't be as good as they are. So the argument to say that you have really good players around those people, the question mark is, if you took Aaron Rodgers off the teams that he won MVP on, would those players still be as good as they are? Or, excuse me, as good as they were? The question mark is, if you took Peyton Manning off those Indianapolis teams, would those players still be as good as they were without him? Because remember, MVP stands for most valuable player. So you have to take a look at that and say, yes, you're 100% correct. The players around that quarterback were really good. But if you took that quarterback and replaced him with a tier 2 or tier 3 quarterback, would they still be that good? Or would they be just maybe, hold on, let me finish. You had your chance. Let me finish. If you took those players and you had just a little bit of a step back in that quarterback play, would they still be the same players? And if the answer is yes, then that is not your MVP, period. Now, am I saying that's not Brock Purdy? No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, if you took another quarterback, and I don't give a shit where he was drafted. Tom Brady was drafted in the 6th round. I don't care where a quarterback is chosen. I don't care where a wide receiver is chosen. I don't give two shits where any player is chosen. The fact of the matter is, if a MVP is taken off that team, can you replace him with a marginal player and those players are the same, then he is not your MVP, period. If you're saying you can take that player off that team and those players are nowhere near the same, then that is your MVP, period.
If Brock Purdy got hurt and was out, and they had to deal with Sam Darnold or whoever else, they would not have the same production. And
That's your opinion.
And they would suffer. And
that's your opinion. We don't know because we've never seen it.
The
and
team
therefore
themselves have said we aren't the same without him.
It doesn't matter what it, but you're talking about players on the same damn team that he plays on. Therefore, you cannot take that into consideration. What you have to take into consideration is what other people see in a player and in a team. And I want you to understand something. I'm not knocking Brock Purdy by any stretch of the imagination. I think he's a damn good quarterback. But what I'm saying is, as an MVP, what they have already said and what has been said ad nauseum for everybody who is talking about the MVP race is if you took that player off that team, where would that team be? And that's what they're looking at. And what they're saying is because of your coach, because of the players that are already on that team that are superstars, you can literally plug in another quarterback. And I don't agree with this. You can literally plug in another quarterback on that San Francisco team, and they would still be a damn good team, period. So that's what they look at. That's the way they grade MVPs. You have to, I don't care what you and I think about this situation. The bottom line is what they talk about is MVP being the most valuable player. Most valuable player means if I remove him from the team would not be nearly as good as they are.
So do you think that's the case with Brock Purdy?
I already told you, no, I don't agree with that. But it doesn't matter with what I agree with. What matters is the people that have the MVP vote. And they've already said they feel because Brock Purdy has so much around him, offensively and defensively, that if they plugged in another quarterback, that team would still be a Super Bowl worthy team.
Dub?
Yes.
It looked like at some point you wanted to come in, but
Well, no, I was gonna answer Mr. Nobody's question. He asked, is the team as good as with Jimmy or is it better with Purdy? I can tell you right now, they're a lot better with Purdy. I think the team won in spite of Jimmy's mistakes because Jimmy made a few Jimmy oh no throws. Purdy doesn't make that.
I can't
So
see.
I mean, obviously you take the core of that team, which most of it is intact, but it's just the offense has flowed better with Purdy. Hence why Kyle Shanahan, for the first time in his tenure as head coach, has a quarterback he can trust with the whole playbook and everything. Like, we've never seen the playbook be this open until Brock Purdy got in there and became the starter. Even though, my personal opinion, I think CMC is the MVP just because of what
I
he's
would
meant
agree with that too, to be honest with
to
you.
what he's meant to the offense. Because if you take Christian McCaffrey out that offense, what do you have at the running back position? Because Elijah Mitchell is injured from time to time. Jordan Mason doesn't get enough touch. And, of course, Ty Davis Price is still out there.
You just made my point for me.
But we're like, if we're talking about what it is, like a QB award comparative to all the QBs that are going on, if that's what they're going to give the MVP to, because if Tyreek Hill would have got the 2000, which because he didn't play that one game, I mean, that who's to say he doesn't pop off for 250 for the rest of the season? But do I think it could have gone to him had he broke the 2000 mark? Yeah. I
He
don't
still might.
necessarily agree with the whole, the MVP award should be a quarterback award only, because I do think receivers make a difference. I do think running backs should make a difference. So if
They
you
used
had
to.
that, if you were to ask me either as a 49er fan or unbiased fan or whatever, if I had to choose between who the MVP is between Brock Purdy or CMC, it's for sure I would pick CMC.
Then
But
you answered the question yourself of what you already asked. And all I'm telling you is the facts of what they look for. And the fact of what they look for an MVP, most valuable player, is if you took that player off that team, would that team be the same? And both of you just answered that question. Both of you just said CMC is more of the MVP than Brock Purdy. So what do you think all the people that vote for MVP are saying about the 49ers?
so then if they're going to give an MVP to a quarterback, which is what they're going to do, who are they
No,
going
it
to give
doesn't
it
mean
to?
that's what they're going to do. What it means is they have to look at it realistically, not through rose-covered glasses, what they have to do is they have to look at it as reality. If I take one player off a team, what team is going to be hurt the most? And what team is prospers the most by leaving him on the team? So what they're going to do is they're going to take a look at that and they're going to answer that question. I hate to say it for both of us, but I really think that what they're going to see is Tyreek Hill might wind up being this year's MVP. The reason being is we can both sit here and talk about our quarterbacks.
I wouldn't necessarily disagree with that though. For Tyreek Hill to
And
be MVP,
we can sit here and talk about both of our quarterbacks. The fact of the matter is, both of you have admittedly said the MVP of the San Francisco 49ers is Christian McCaffrey. Both of you have admitted that.
I've
Don't
been
you
saying it
think
all
that?
season.
But hold on. Don't you think that the people that vote for MVP don't realize that as well?
the reason why I say that is because, and I understand with the reality, but sometimes they don't vote with the reality. There was one year Aaron Rodgers got the MVP, and that was the year that Tom Brady, at 40 some odd years old, in his second to last year before he retired, threw for over 5,000 yards and 40 touchdowns, outperformed in every QB stat than Aaron Rodgers did, but they still gave the MVP to Aaron Rodgers. So there's room for the voters to make ill-advised, dumb decisions on who they pick as the MVP. And historically, and this is, people wouldn't be saying this if it wasn't true. The MVP award is usually, not saying that it should or shouldn't, but it usually goes to the quarterback.
Correct.
So the argument then becomes, if we are talking about MVP, the quarterback, out of all the quarterbacks this year, if Brock Purdy were to have gotten taken out, and again, they've said it themselves, the teammates, you can call it like, well, they're supposed to say that. I mean, you can call it what you want to, but some of these guys tell the truth. They wouldn't be the same without him on the field.
And
And
that
with the
might be
numbers and
true.
everything he's
That might be
put up
true.
comparatively to
Dub,
all the other quarterbacks, he's
Dub,
the
do me a
MVP out of
favor.
all of them.
Dub, do me a favor. Look up
Yeah.
and see how many yards Tyreek Hill has right now receiving. Because we can sit here and talk about it all we want. The
15
fact of the
something.
matter, what's that?
I think it's like 15 something.
Okay.
Currently,
And we've got
he is at 97 receptions for 1,542 yards.
Yeah.
So he has a chance of breaking the 2,000 yard mark. The fact of the matter is, I'll break it to both of you, including me. If Tyreek Hill does 2,000 yards, he is getting the MVP.
And
Period.
deservedly so.
So we can sit here and debate all we want about a situation. The fact of the matter is, if he gets 2,000 yards, he will be MVP. So the reason why they're going to look at that
And
is
he
two
showed
reasons.
that moment as well.
Two reasons that they're going to look at that. A, they're going to take a look at that and say, he has had more yards than any receiver has ever had. Secondly, if we take him off of Miami, is Miami still the same team? Question
No, they
answered.
already proved that.
Exactly. That is why he will win the MVP.
Yeah.
Because you can pull him off. And now both of you guys have already agreed. Brock Purdy isn't the MVP of your own team. How can he be MVP of the league?
Because of the art, like what I
Wrong. It doesn't matter what
played
you say
out.
after that. Doesn't
They'll
matter what you
probably
say
give
after
him
that.
Offensive Player of the
You
Year.
have, it doesn't matter what you say after that. You've already agreed he is not MVP of your own team. You've already agreed.
So then who is MVP? Oh, like if you're, because again, they're gonna give him Offensive Player of the Year. They're gonna give him Offensive Player of the Year, whether
True.
it's CMC or it's Tyreek Hill.
Yeah.
That's it. It's because what I'm seeing, they're not talking about, especially after he got hurt, they're not talking about Tyreek Hill the same way.
No.
They're not talking about CMC the way, even Brock Purdy tried to give CMC love, and CMC did the same thing back to him. They're not getting the same amount of attention as the quarterback race for MVP. That's just what's being portrayed. We can sit here and agree that the MVP should go to somebody else other than a quarterback. But the reality is, what they're talking about right now, it's a quarterback race. And if we are comparing all the quarterbacks, regardless of what we believe that CMC
It
is the
doesn't
MVP
matter.
of the
It
team or
doesn't
not,
matter that
if
we're
we're
talking
talking
about
about what they're
quarterbacks.
talking about, which is a quarterback race, if
Doesn't
we're
matter.
just comparing the quarterbacks, Brock Purdy's got the edge.
It doesn't matter what they're talking about. The fact of the matter is,
It does, because that's
no,
what
it doesn't. Because historically speaking, when you break a historical record, which Tyreek Hill is on the precipice of doing, when you break a historical record, that is going to be your MVP. Period. You guys have agreed. We can sit here and argue until
Do you think he deserves
midnight.
the MVP even if he doesn't get 2,000?
What's that?
Do you think he deserves the MVP even if he doesn't get 2,000?
Who, Tyreek?
Tyreek.
I think
That
that
one game that
in
he missed is going to make it harder. That's why I'm saying, if for some reason he just beats Calvin Johnson's record or just under it or whatever, doesn't get the 2,000-yard mark, is he still MVP?
He should be. He
is
should,
the one.
because
He is the one player. The one player
He
right
didn't
now.
break a historical record.
Doesn't matter. He is the one player right now that if you pull off his team, they are not as good as they should be.
But then that throws away your argument of, because it's a historical record, he should win
Yeah,
MVP.
of course it does.
Well, if
But
he
it
doesn't
doesn't
win,
throw.
if he doesn't
Hold
get the
on.
historical
Hold
record,
on.
then
Hold on. Hold on. But it doesn't throw away what I said earlier, which is, as an MVP, if we pull you off of your team,
agreed.
are you as good as you were or you should have been with that player on the team? And an MVP, as most valuable player, if you pull Tyreek Hill off the Miami Dolphins, Miami is nowhere as good as they are with him.
But what I'm
So therefore,
I'm trying to tell you,
hold
though,
on,
Chris, is
hold on. Therefore, if I'm looking at a straight reason and reasonable take of an MVP, as of right now, if Tyreek gets close, he's the MVP of the league. Period. Because if you pull him off Miami, Miami's nowhere as good as what they are with him.
And I don't disagree with you. I agree with you. But the way you had portrayed it before, as if you beat a historical record, you get the MVP.
I said that one time.
No. But I get that. I get that. But that way of thinking is how they are going to think about it.
No, they're
If he
going to think
doesn't
about
get that
pulling. They're
record,
going
they
to
won't
think
give him
about
the
it.
MVP. At best, they'll
They
give him
are
the offensive
going
player
to
of the
think
year.
about it the exact way that I said earlier, which is, if you pull a player off a team, are they as good? The answer to that question is no. So therefore, what it comes down to is, if you pull Dak Prescott off the Cowboys and replace him with another player, could they win as many games? The answer is maybe. If you pull Brock Purdy off of the 49ers and replace him, and I'll put a name in there, if you replace him with your old quarterback, could they win as many games? The answer is yes, they already did. Therefore, if you pull Tyreek Hill off the Miami Dolphins, could they win as many games? The answer is no. Therefore, the most valuable player, per what most valuable player MVP means, would be Tyreek Hill. As much as I hate to say it, As much as I hate to admit it.
It's not even you really shouldn't, because again, that's how it should be.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I'm just telling you what I'm seeing them talking about, and historically what they have done. It wouldn't surprise me if they went with the thinking of, if Tyreek breaks the historical record, if he breaks 2,000, break Calvin Johnson and gets 2,000, we'll give him the MVP. But he doesn't, at best we'll give him Offensive Player of the Year, and the award's going to go to a quarterback again.
The only problem with that,
as I agree with what you're saying on how it should be, but I'm just telling you from what I'm seeing and from what they have already done, it doesn't always go to the most deserving guy.
and I agree with you 1,000%. But what I will say is the NFL is trying to buck some of the shit that's been going on with them.
Also true.
Because they understand the public persona. They understand what is happening. They understand the situations that have been going on with the referees. They understand the situations that have been going on. I don't know if either one of you understand the filing that has been done with the NFL. And I will tell you and your listeners the same shit that I found out yesterday, that the NFL is literally, and I want you to understand this, literally the same company as a WWE. Understand what I'm saying here. The WWE, in their filing federally, is basically the same company as the NFL. Let that sink in.
The moniker of entertainment.
Exactly. So when we sit here and we talk about these things, and we sit here and we talk about how things have gone down, how things are going to go down, and how things have presumably gone down, I want you to understand one major piece. The major piece in this situation is, for years, the MVP has gone to what? A quarterback.
The quarterback.
In this year that we're in right now, I can damn near guarantee you quarterback ain't winning the MVP this year.
No,
I can almost guarantee you that's not the situation.
It would be the first time since 2012 that a non-quarterback has won the most valuable player. Of course, in 2012, that was Adrian Peterson's year that he ran for 2,097 yards, trying to chase the record that is Eric Dickerson's record, which I think is 2140 that he ran for back when he was with the Rams back in the 80s.
Yes.
So I do agree that, and I mean, if you look at it, the MVP became an award officially back in 1957, and Mr. Brown, who some people will still call the GOAT of football players, won the first MVP award. And for the most part, it's been a quarterback won award. Now I can just give you the names of non-quarterbacks that won the MVP. Jim Brown won it twice. Paul Hornung, Jim Taylor, then Alan Page, Larry Brown. These are non-quarterbacks that won MVP. Then Walter Payton, then Earl Campbell, and yes, folks, even a kicker won an MVP in the NFL in Mark Mosley. Yes,
during the strikes.
During the strike year of '82, yes. Then Marcus Allen, then Lawrence Taylor, and then it was quarterbacks until Emmitt Smith won his in '93. Then Barry Sanders and Terrell Davis won respectively. Well, Barry Sanders and Brett Favre were co-MVPs in '97. Then Barry in '98, or I'm sorry, Terrell Davis in '98. Then Marshall Faulk in 2000. Then you go back-to-back running backs in 05 and 06 with LaDainian Tomlinson and Sean Alexander. And then Adrian Peterson is the last non-quarterback to win MVP. Now notice, no wide receivers
No,
have not won the MVP.
no. Even though we've had wide receivers that have been predominantly huge on their teams.
Yes.
And
Because
here's one thing to record, and you guys can notice, you have never in the history of the NFL has there ever been a quarterback from the Dallas Cowboys that have won MVP.
he is correct.
I know I'm correct. Not
that's
Troy
really a
Aikman.
bad thing? No.
No. You can look at it however you want. The fact of the matter is, even during their Super Bowl runs, Emmitt Smith is the only MVP they've ever had.
Mm-hmm.
During 92-93, Emmitt Smith won MVP. Barry Sanders was the other MVP.
That's when running backs were a big deal.
I forgot to mention also Thurman Thomas, another former MVP.
Yes.
I forgot to mention his name.
So the fact of the matter is, MVP has not always been a quarterback-driven situation.
No, it hasn't. But the way the NFL has been turning has. I mean, again, we just pointed out we used to have running backs winning MVPs. Who would have thought? Especially who would have thought that would happen? Especially the way we pay fucking running backs nowadays. Because
the running back position has gone by the wayside.
The value of it is completely flipped.
Yes.
So that's what I'm saying. That's where the difference comes in there. That's why mostly, especially the last how many years? 5-10 years?
2012.
It's been all quarterback.
2012 was the last time a non-quarterback won the MVP. So you're looking at exactly
11 years.
11 years ago. Because again, and they've been beating this to death. It's a pass-driven league. Pass-driven league. That's why the running backs have been faded out, and now the running backs have been actually evolving more into the dual catch out of the backfield because that's how offenses have evolved. They're trying to boost the stats of the quarterbacks for this specific reason.
Do you know that when I started playing football, we could bump and jam wide receivers all over the field?
Yeah.
In 97 is when it was told to us from coaches, and when I started playing flag, that you had the 5-yard jam rule.
And that came into existence in the NFL in '94. Go figure.
So, by stating that, that's the reason why I said you cannot compare Brock Purdy to Joe Montana. Because in the 80s, I can ride a wide receiver across a field. I could jam a wide receiver or put hands on a wide receiver 15 yards down the field. That's why I feel that any of the records that were produced by quarterbacks for yardage during that time was incredible because of what they were able to do as a defensive back. Nowadays, if you took
radios in their head either.
Exactly. If you took the quarterbacks that are out there playing now and you put them back in the day, they would have a very hard problem. If you took the quarterbacks from back in the day and moved them into today, they would way surpass the 5,000-yard mark on a regular because they were throwing to receivers that could get jammed, held up, bumped all across the field all the time
Dan
as a
Marino would have
regular.
passed for 6,000 yards.
Dan Marino, in my eyes,
He would have passed
Dan
for
Marino,
6,000.
in my eyes, would have easily surpassed 7,000 yards because of his ability to throw the ball. Joe Montana, in my eyes, would have thrown easily for 5,000 plus yards because of the receivers he had and their abilities. I can sit here and name quarterback after quarterback that would have been easily fighting for MVP back in their day if they had the rules of the NFL that we know today. That's why I say, please don't bring up
Don't
quarterbacks
bring
of
up the past.
yesteryear.
Don't bring up anything early 90s and before.
Exactly. Because the rules are completely different.
Yeah. 100%.
Even when you talk about running backs, even
Yep.
when you talk about what linemen are able to do compared to what they were able to do back in that day. Because what they were able to do, that's why I will never compare anything from probably 95 prior to today, because it's a total different game. My situation with when I look at these things, especially when we talk about Brock Purdy, when we talk about wide receivers and quarterbacks today, the things that they're able to do and get away with are extraordinary compared to what they were able to do back then. So keep in mind what they talk about when over the last 10 years, 11 years really, when you're talking about MVPs and a lot of them being all of them being quarterbacks. The reason why they talk about them the way they did and do is because of what they're able to do in today's game.
Yeah.
So when you take a quarterback off of a team, and like I said, you two have already agreed, CMC's your MVP. The bottom line is, I really think this year is a special year for Tyreek. And I truly believe Tyreek is going to wind up with the MVP, even if he doesn't get to 2,000 yards. And the reason why I say that is because when their bottom line, their bottom denominator comes into play, they're going to say, if you take Brock Purdy off of his team and you put what was your quarterback before Brock Purdy? Why can't I think of his name?
Garoppolo.
When you take Garoppolo and put him back on the team, you guys made the Super Bowl.
Correct.
Did you win?
Our
No, but you
defense and
made
our
the
run
Super
game
Bowl.
was good.
So exactly. And so they're going to say, well, Garoppolo got him to the Super Bowl. When you look at the Dallas Cowboys,
You can put up the same numbers, but yeah, I guess.
and you're going to say, well, if we put Jalen Hurts in that offense, wouldn't he be the same? Yeah.
I think Dallas's MVP is CeeDee Lamb.
I agree.
I think Dallas's MVP, in my eyes, is Micah Parsons.
Him too. It could be
So
anyone, yeah.
when you start to break down these things, you take these players off these teams and you say, okay, but if we plug so and so in, they can still be in the same position. However, if you take Tyreek Hill off of Miami, before he was with Miami, he was in Kansas City. Tua was still there, and he couldn't do it. So who is that one player that if you take off of his team is going to hurt the most? Right now, the answer is Tyreek Hill. That's your MVP. Not
Sure
Brock
do.
Purdy. Not Dak. Both of them are close. you can say Tyreek is the winner and Dak and Brock Purdy are 1A and 1B very easily, whether we want to admit it or not. The fact of the matter is that's your MVP. And we can argue that until the day we die, but you guys have already acknowledged the fact that Brock Purdy isn't even the MVP on your own team.
And we'll see what the MVP voting will end up coming down to. Because again, like what I'm seeing, it's weird that the arguments that they're making, but when it comes to certain comparisons, the other arguments are just as weird. When it comes to why they wouldn't, because again, people making these arguments, they're comparing just the quarterbacks. They're not comparing Tyreek Hill and CMC when they're making these arguments. So that's why I put up those numbers, going, he's putting up better numbers than any of the QBs in the running now this year. So if we're talking about that argument, then yes. But if we're talking about like who is deserved, who actually should, and like you said, you take them off, who suffers the most, 100% Tyreek Hill. But we'll see what they do. Again, if it does go to another quarterback, now I don't really, at this point, I don't care who it is. If they give it to a quarterback, that just goes to further what I was just saying, that other positions can make great historical crazy feats, but they're still not going to give you anything better than an offensive player of the year, which is a damn shame, because again, they deserve more than that, but it's been a QB award, and as
I'll
much
be
as I
honest with
agree with
you,
you, I don't know them changing that very often, or
and I'll be
very
honest with
soon.
you. If it doesn't go to Dak or to Brock, then it has to go to Tyreek.
Good.
If it's not a quarterback, it has to go to Tyreek. Period.
Yeah.
There's nobody else.
And agreed. And ladies and gentlemen, this is by far the longest episode that we have ever had in JAFFOs history. Didn't necessarily intend it to be that way, but nonetheless, good conversations.
It's your birthday.
And
Why not?
when we put it on Spotify and everything like that, we can chop it into 2 parts. We'll do it that way. But nonetheless,
Tomorrow, Dub.
Yes, indeed. Tomorrow, 5 p.m. to 6 p.m., Talking Ish with myself and Chris on the Vegas High Media channel. Of course, don't forget the Mizzle and Dub show starring me and Mizzle, and of course, our good friends, the All-Pro JAFFOs. Catch them Tuesdays and Fridays. It's all up. But again, to JP, my man, happy birthday.
Happy birthday, bro. Happy birthday, man.
More birthdays, man.
Oh yeah,
and bring your ass to Vegas so we could go check out Primal.
Oh yeah, fuck yeah. That's definitely gonna be top of my list when I head out there. But thank you guys.
Just let me know.
Everybody in the comments and stuff who's been hanging out with us and everything, and who have said happy birthday early on and happy birthday now. Appreciate you guys for the birthday wishes. Appreciate the wife for the birthday things that she had gotten for me today. That wasn't expecting like a cake or anything, but she popped out with something crazy. So appreciate that. Thank you guys who have been hanging out with us this entire time. Have a safe weekend. Enjoy your Christmas. We'll see you guys next time. For the All-Pro JAFFOs, myself, for the 610 Beast from the Southeast, Mr. Country K, from the best DJ in the entire world, Mr. DJ Mastix, Dub Alvarez, Chris Vera from the other side of the ball, Hans Themistode, Boxing Insider from boxing.com. We'll see you guys next time.
Merry Christmas, y'all.
Take case.